Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mary and Joe Show. I have my fabulous guest, Nadia Lockhart. I am your host, Miss Chronic Chronicles on Mary Can I Be Blunt, where we clip this fabulous podcast. Please introduce yourself, Nadia. Welcome back to the podcast.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nadia Lockhart. I go by she, her pronouns. I am aspiring DJ. I go by two aliases, GB Jana for more groove oriented house, like Mac Mommy Deliciousness. You can find me at DJ GB Jana on Instagram. And then I also have an alias dedicated to hard hitting techno beats, Mirakaiba. You could also find that with underscores on both ends on Instagram. And I also am an aspiring model. I I think of myself as a conceptual model, for lack of a better word, because and I'll talk more about this in detail, like as we go through today's amazing conversation. But I just, I try to be more than just, glamour shot oriented. No disrespect to all of us, obviously, who do. Everyone loves a good glamour
Right.
shot, but I try to, I try to think of my modeling kind of if it was like a time capsule, and if you were like a social anthropologist, and it's like I want to try to say something, like kind of
Mhm.
whether it's a reflection of myself at that moment or slipping into another character and kind of walking around in their skin, so to speak. So I can think of
Right.
myself as a conceptual model in that sense. So that's also what I do, and I'm an aspiring content creator like yourself.
And I welcome you here to share all of your essence. We have a lot to talk about today. It's probably going to even be a two-parter, I have a feeling, which I think would be fabulous because music alone that we plan to talk about in the fashion industry and the experiences that we know with politics with it, and all of the things that are just so wonderful about Nadia and her ever evolving content will be shared with all of you, even on Fansly and OnlyFans potentially in the future because her loveliness will be working with me on sharing with you guys mentorship wise. I will be featuring her. So if you guys are interested in becoming a content creator like Nadia and myself, we do. I'm more of an influencer, content creator, brand promoter, and all the. I just goes on and on. So when it comes to sharing how you can very much invest in yourself and metaphors that come from creating are ultimately something that we as content creators feel are a gift to our, I wouldn't say fans, but to our supporters. So of course this podcast is going to be a mix mash of a lot of conversation, and we really do want to keep you guys interested. So please, I'm going to put on the screen right now where you can follow her. This is just a little taste of what we're going to be talking about today. But um, for real, on your last podcast, which that will be listed below. If you guys haven't seen part one, please go take a look at her life story and a bit more about who she is in general. But on the last podcast, we were kind of talking just a little bit about fashion and music and like the history of who you are. So today we're going to kind of elaborate further on that and also touch on where she plans to be in uh, the summer of 2024. And this May, she'll be coming to Vegas. So we're going to be talking about some of the plans there too. And in reference to, um, I guess, your authentic self, which is not a word we use just straightforward, it is a version of who you are currently as you're ever evolving. What would you say that maybe you've reflected on in the last podcast that now you know you must share here today? Where's your heart stand with? I mean, that was a long chat and a lot of people appreciated your voice. So thank you so much for sharing what you did.
Oh, absolutely. It's always a joy, like, vulnerability is like a birthplace of innovation and possibility and change, like Bryn Brown said, so that's primarily why I do it. It's kind of, there's an altruistic bent to it in part, but there's also kind of a self-satisfying one, honestly, at the same time, because like I feel like I'm, being acknowledged, and that I feel welcomed, and that in itself like makes me more comfortable to kind of open up to the degree that I do, in podcasts
Thank you.
as yours, and I'm so
Thank
appreciative of
you.
that.
That means a lot to hear that because I always try my hardest just to make a safe place for people to share their story. And as I told you today in the pre-conversation we had, that I genuinely believe that you're not just a human that likes to dress up in fancy fun things. This is more so your soul expressing, almost like a moment of self-expression and exhibitionism, all packaged into a little person with legs. Like you're always evolving like the butterfly coming out the cocoon and the wing changing colors. Like that's the way I look at you, Nadia, truthfully. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
glad I can give you a place to share your evolving self.
yeah, and it's like someone that Samuel Jackson, he said something that I feel I've always adopted as a compelling style notion, but not just with style, but also with kind of who I try to be at large. He said curiosity is in great and generous minds the first passion and the last, and so that speaks to me because I feel like when you find like this recurring appeal and like latest trends,
Right.
it's understandable. And myself occasionally fall hook, line, and sinker for it. But what I also feel like it, we can't allow ourselves to myopically settle for any given trend at face value, and we have to also aspire to embrace the paradox at every turn as opposed to just settling for a singular part of self-expression, because it's like
Right.
when you accept yourself exactly as you are and never douse a desire to be wide-eyed and curious and expand your horizons, it's like I think that it really inspires you, kind of like a person who travels for a living. It's like
Right.
it it's like people always say that they travel because they want to become better people, they want to become more, I think, whole, so to speak. And that's kind of how I try to approach both, my modeling as well as
Right.
with my DJing aspirations, because it's like you know and I've talked about this in some detail in our previous like conversation in part
Yes.
one, but like I struggle all the time with perfectionism, overthinking, imposter syndrome, and something
Yes.
that I'm not proud of, but I just acknowledge because I don't want other people to feel, held back
Alone.
by that or alone in
Right.
that. So I feel like the more of I try to come to terms with it, like my DJ mentor is actually like handing an article onto me that was really helpful for her. I boasted about Say Lynn's, hey
Yes.
Lindsay, if you're listening, um, like to death, and like part one of our interview, and I'll it's not gonna stop now. But anyway, so
Yes.
she she read this article like that she's like passing on to me about, like getting out of your head and into your heart. And obviously that's not meant like a judgment or an accusation that I'm like devoid of
Mhm.
like the harder. They mean like we like when you're kind of in the oubliette of your mind, it's like quite a trapping.
Yes.
It's kind of hard. It's like you kind of get there's this sort of like war between the two that ends up happening, and kind of leads to a lack of time management and purpose, being misdirected. So
I
I'm
love
I'm really,
this.
I'm really
This
appreciative.
is powerful
I'm
right
really
here. I'm
appreciative
so
of
sorry. I don't
yeah,
mean to interrupt you, but my God, that's so powerful.
yeah.
Raise the body up. Oh,
And so what I
Nadia.
and so what I'm getting at is that like what Samuel Jackson said, really like speaks to me about, having insatiable curiosity and just, like being able to acknowledge your, imperfections, but also being
Yes.
willing to laugh off the mistakes and mismatches with grace and self-deprecating humor. And, you know,
Mhm.
it- it's like Coco Chanel once said herself that fashion resides not solely in clothes, but in the sky and the streets
Yes.
and our ideas and what's happening. And so, what
Mhm.
the takeaway from that for me is like don't just settle for simply fitting in. It's like desire to live beyond life's casting call. It's like why settle for being a worm when you could be a glowworm for fuck's sake.
Right. Oh my God, that's so well said. Like, honestly, yeah, I told you earlier, just you're not a mask of any sort. Honestly, you're a whole experience when you really look at what you've been putting time in. I mean, how long in your life have you been doing modeling full? How long have you been doing it?
So, the first time that I did like a proper photo shoot was in 2009. It was December. No, it was November 2009. Actually, I did this. So I talked a bit about in part one of our interview about one of my dearest friends, Gabriela Cordova, who is like um, now she runs like a community sponsored agricultural farm and commune, southeast of Portland.
Oh, that's awesome.
Three Goats Farm is the name of it, and she also is a sex positive educator and activist. She's still hoping to publish her first autobiography in the near future. I actually helped edit like an earliest draft of it, and but anyway,
She needs to come on the show. We need to get her some exposure.
oh,
I'm just saying it now.
yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, I'll clip this and I'll send it to her, but I'll say to you, come on, girl, let's chat.
Absolutely. So I talked a little bit about her in like part one and like why she's been so influential and just so essential part of my life. I'm beyond grateful for. But she also is um, who I credit to kind of introducing me to modeling. So she had this group photo shoot via her meetup at the time that she previously was the she was the founder of, and she was also like the host of. She had this photo shoot at her then residence in like Happy Valley at the time, and so I decided to, well, I feel welcomed in the community, so why the fuck not? I'll give it a shot, So and actually, I ended up walking all the way from my home in Portland, to Happy Valley, which took like
Oh my
hours.
goodness.
It's kind of embarrassing
You're
admitting, but
dedicated, woman. You're
exactly, and
dedicated. I
it was
love
November,
this.
and it was November. Like it wasn't that like at the time the seasonal effect hadn't reached critical mass yet. It was something that like has built up gradually over time, but still it was like not the most comfortable experience, we'll say. But I that was just how dead set determined I was, to
Hmm.
kind of grow and evolve, so to speak. And so
Yes.
I arrived at the photo shoot in November of 2009, and it was one of those things where because I was very socially awkward, like I didn't know that you literally had to like ask, like, hey, could I get my photo taken or something? I assumed that
Really?
you just take turns or something,
Right.
and I started getting confused, and I was like, I was just crying from distress and everything,
Oh,
and then
yes.
finally
It's
like
burnt
every
out it as well. And when you're running your wheels and almost oil.
yeah, and Gabriella like was attuned to what was happening, and so she's like, "Hey, would you like to model with me?" And I was just kind of like bashful,
Aw.
because it was just like, "Wait, us?" Like because because at the
Do
time
understand.
I hadn't yet, gone over kind of my like complicated feelings about like or kind of understanding the nuances between erotica and porn, and so it
Oh,
was,
yeah.
are we doing like a porn shoot? Okay, oh, weird, awkward, but it
Right.
was like because I trusted her and we had a good friendship going. I was like, okay, I feel good enough about this, I guess, and so
Right.
but it was erotica, like it was,
Hmm.
very like there was, you could tell from like the lighting, like the cinematic tone and a lot of things, whether something leans more erotica or whether it's more
Right.
commercial minded, I guess we will say.
Yes.
And so like it clearly was erotica that it's like looking back, but
I
at
must
the
ask
time,
something. Hold your
yeah,
thought for a moment. Were you ever influenced or have ever used Model Mayhem?
yeah, I actually still use it time to time.
What do you feel about it in this day and age? Honestly, because I have good and bad feelings with it.
Yeah, me too. I'd say the good part of it is, well, actually, I'll end on a positive note. I'll get the bad part of it out of the way
Right.
first. So it's kind of arcane, I think, in part. Like it's kind of outdated, like
Hmm.
it doesn't seem like as many people are using it now. So it
Yeah.
doesn't seem like it has a very adequate pulse about, like in terms of networking like it used to,
Right.
and also like I don't know. It's somewhat a lot of Facebook groups, you know what I'm talking about, where
Yes, I do. Yes.
you have a lot of people who think they're photographers, but really it's
They're
no disrespect.
fakes.
It's not disrespect to who they are as people per se, but it's like
It's
it,
amateur photographers who don't know how to pay for your time.
Well, that's the thing. They're not photographers. They're people who take pictures, and there's a clear
Yep.
difference between the two, and you could tell based on how they edit their lighting, in the
Yes.
photos. It just looks like a cross between, what you would take on one of those Polaroid cameras,
Yep.
on
Point and shoot.
going to Disney World or something,
Yes.
or or
Oh, that's
just
hardcore, Colton.
really bad porn.
Okay, okay, let me ask you another one. What about Flickr? Did you ever use or utilize that to post your pictures on?
I only used it a little bit. It was more just to kind of like archive things,
Yeah.
because that's what one thing Flickr was really good for, in my
Yes, it
opinion.
was.
It's like you were able to like store a lot
Free
of stuff on.
storage. Okay, so what I'm going to ask you, because there's going to be listeners in the exact same position you're in, and we want to keep them excited. So where do you find your contacts? Are your friends your contacts, or do you kind of utilize Facebook maybe now? Where do you find your photographers?
Yeah, so I usually find my photographers through a combination of Model Mayhem.
Uh-huh.
I'll check, like, I don't usually have a lot of success with like Facebook groups, but occasionally I do find, one that actually is very like, pleasant surprise, and then I'll find
Right.
that, and then I'll just kind of put out feelers, via my posts, and tell everyone, hey, does anyone know anyone in the community on Facebook or something,
Do
just
you use Craigslist? Because I did in California and got a ton of professional people. It was crazy.
oh, fascinating. Yeah,
Yes, truly fascinating, isn't it? Everywhere
I
else, it's a joke.
I guess the thing about Craigslist is like I never really known how to adequately utilize,
Okay.
Craigslist, and I'll try to explain why. So,
Yes.
how like when you're putting up like a listing, on Craigslist, and it's kind of like in the form of like one of those old like how you had those, you used to make those custom pages, back in like the
Mm-hmm.
2000s or early 2010s,
Yes.
like void.com, or ones like
Yep.
that, or like early MySpace, for that matter, and you would like have this generic form, that you put out, and then it's like usually it's like when you the email section, it's like is very like there's so many characters, it's like it's impossible to memorize, unless you could memorize pi, for that matter,
Yep.
all the numbers in
Well
pi,
said.
and so it's like I never really figured out how to use it adequately, and so and also it's like sometimes I do kind of have some pause about some CD elements, of like Craigslist
Yes.
too. So I haven't really
Yes.
ever really used Craigslist,
I
honestly.
I really encourage people who are listening. There's a few sites I just want to throw out there because it's necessary and you should be utilizing it. Of course, we're going to talk later, but yes, OnlyFans, and yes, also Fansly, you can find photographers who will reach out to you. There's also um, LinkedIn is one of the best places to put yourself and your archive stuff because you can put videos and you can put other stuff, and it auto, like you can literally, how you send an email on your phone after you take a picture or get a image, you can just start dropping them in so that they have traction, and just hashtags are the way, I'm telling you, people. But also freelancer jobs is how you find photographers and promote yourself as a model. Have you ever used the website that's seedy as hell, but it's called Sexy Jobs?
Yeah, I haven't
It's
heard. See, this is why like you're gonna be a great help because I'm so
good. I'm
ignorant of
glad.
that.
I'm just pointing my fucking finger in the right place. Wherever people are listening, you might even have a photographer who contact me through that and then get you, because that's the point. It's about networking. And we used to use even MySpace back in the day, and you would just put a post in a location. Now on Facebook, that's dangerous, in my opinion. You want to find, but you could promote yourself in a way on Facebook dating for a model, and then have some form of a contact that actually utilizes that they're real people from Facebook. So there are some ways to do it, but yeah, I'm glad you're on the same page with stupid model mayhem. It's hardcore. It used to be really the place at first, and now it's a whole new world. Whole new
Yeah,
world.
it's kind of like, like,
You trust your friends basically for people now.
yeah, they're like the equivalent of like a Vegas casino that used to be like the casino in like the 2000s, and now is like a shell of its
Yeah.
former self, like 20
Well,
years later.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but let's let the listeners really take it in and everybody's going to raise their hand. So, who really is the photographer these days? Raise your own hand. That's what's happened these days. We've gotten equipment, right? Even your situation. As she has announced at the beginning of this podcast, she will be putting her time and effort in moments in her life that she'll be sharing the true behind scenes. By the way, I absolutely love this picture. This is such a beautiful picture. The behind the scenes of Nadia Lockhart. I mean, you do take pictures of your life quite often, and this is the excitement that I hope, even if it's like I can help you get your family going so you could just promote the positive in your life, even if it's the behind the scenes with you hanging out with friends. Um, so outfit wise, are you always responsible for dressing yourself, or some of these photographers you've dealt with, do they have a lot of, you give them a lot of creative power, or are you really maybe a little micromanaging how you want your look to be, which would make sense. It's your creative flair.
I, I feel in terms of like the stylistic tone, like it's like I used to be like not really discriminatory at all when I was like starting modeling, because I came in with this sort of like, I just want to get shot. I just want, something to share. But over time, I just kind of realized, how important it is to kind of set strong parameters about your vision and like how you want to express yourself, because otherwise you're just going to get a lot of generic, like forgettable, interchangeable shots. And so
Right.
I'd say like I definitely like emphasize a lot of creative control in terms of the overall sort of mood or aesthetic that I want to portray in like a piece. But when it comes to like and also with like makeup, for example, like
Right.
like, I usually like know I know what I like, and but I also well, yeah, I feel like makeup artists are like overwhelmingly like women like myself, and so I feel like I always feel encouraged, for them to kind of put their own stamp or intuition into there, because I feel like we're more likely to be on the same wavelength, like more or less,
Yes.
Whereas if
This
it
is
was
beautiful.
thanks, that was
I'm
with
so in love with your creativeness. And
so
honestly, the one with your ass shot is so great because this is like this is powerful. This right here, just look, you're a bird
yeah,
flying. Look at the
we sh- we shot
shadows.
we shot that in it was Diablo Canyon, like
In
southeast of Vegas
Vegas.
and Henderson.
Hey, if ever we come together, we're doing a photo shoot. It's a done deal. You can't say no.
Yeah, right. I won't take no for an answer.
No. And I will trade cameras with you. We'll do it like that. This one too.
Yeah.
I mean, these are you working? Do you edit your pictures?
No.
No.
I don't know. I don't really know how to
That's pretty
adequately.
powerful then. So you're letting you're letting it all come through. This is the kind of people you're working with then. Look at her flair, people. Hell, oh my God, this is gorgeous. Where was this? Sorry. Is this Vegas?
Yeah, that's a Bellagio
Oh,
conservatory.
gorgeous. Gorgeous. Um, please, sorry to interrupt you. I just had to. Like these are just your soul speaks. So, okay, so the biggest thing as a model for me has always been I don't smile even in a real day most of the time. You got to catch me when I'm laughing, okay? Or playing jokes, sneaking behind corners of my son. But I love back shots because it's always a metaphor. The shadows, they do something. Um, Let me ask you, how often do you work with wigs? Because I'm just going to start soon working with wigs for photography, and it's a whole new world for me.
I enjoy like wigs, because it's like it kind of helps you inhabit different characters, and with that,
Right,
like it kind of gets you out of your comfort zone naturally. But
right.
I think the main issue that I've always had with wigs is that the end of the hair follicles getting in my mouth, like during a
Oh,
photo shoot, and then I'm always
right.
awkwardly trying
It's
to get it
hot.
back out,
Right.
especially when you're working outside and there's wind.
Yep.
Just like there was in that Las Vegas shoot for that example, like that was a
Gotcha.
big issue that day, honestly. But I mean, and the other major issue I have with wigs is actually getting them on and keeping them on because I have
Right.
like a 59 centimeter like wide, like head, so it's like
Hmm.
it's kind of hard to like adjust it, because of that. And
Yeah, it's distracting when I'm creative. It's going to be something I have to learn.
so I
Like,
love wigs, but like they're just a
right.
pain. They're just a pain with like the maintenance end of it. So I always
Yes.
have to have someone who's knowledgeable about, alligator clips or whatever the fuck they
Heck
use, to
yeah.
keep them intact, like probably at least 2 dozen like hairpins or something. I don't know.
Have you ever had extensions put in, taping, sewing, anything? I have. They're painful. Have
Yeah. Oh,
you?
oh, oh,
Oh,
do
yeah.
I have a little short story for you? So
Please.
last in EDC last year, I actually experimented for the very first time with festival braids. I had
Oh,
these. So I had there was someone who worked with Rolita Couture, which is like a great like Las Vegas based, rave wear, sort of
nice.
accessories, company that's
Beautiful.
like they're in a little like office park just across the street from the Rio, Las
Uh-huh.
Vegas. And so anyway, I was seeking help with my makeup and hair last year for ADC, and so I went to the Wyndham Desert Villa, like to they had like a gathering where everyone could get their hair and makeup done, and so I went over there
Nice.
like every day during EDC because I was staying on the Strip at the time at the Palms, and so
Okay.
and so and by the way, it was like I was like a hummingbird in a hurricane basically all of EDC because literally like I get on
There,
the
it's
shuttle.
huge.
I had to go take the shuttle to EDC, take the shuttle back to the Strip from EDC, and by the time I got back to the Strip, it was like 8 a.m. already, and then I had to like
Hmm.
basically hustle to get my makeup and hair done at the Wyndham Desert Villa on East Harmon Avenue. Like so, it was a decent walk from the Palms. Get back to the
Oh my
Palms to get ready
God.
for EDC. I went like 52 consecutive hours without sleep.
Oh,
Actually, and how I was able to pull it off, I don't know, but I did,
right.
and I held my more than held my own. I didn't even get sick after EDC,
That's because you're rolling from the happiness of all of it. Like
and then
the
some.
you swim in that energy. That's what it is. That's why you are in the fields you're in. 100
Yeah,
freaking percent.
and so anyway, I decided to have festival braids done for me on the second day of EDC just for a change of pace. And I mean, I absolutely loved the braids. Like they were awesome. Like I had three
Hmm.
different colors. I had like three neon colors. I had a pink,
Oh,
orange,
awesome.
and a yellow. But here's the thing, like, I was meaning to get them, like, removed, after day
Right.
2, but I couldn't contact the person, who, like, did them, and I didn't know how
Uh-oh.
to undo the braids myself, and so I ended up having to have them again for, like, day 3, and I was, like, really, like, "Oh, I hope I'm washing my hair well enough," because
Right.
I get kinda, like, moderately germophobic, with all the
Right.
grease and buildup, and it's hard to maintain when you have festival braids on still.
Yep.
And then I ended up still having them on, like, I stayed in Vegas for, like, another 2 days, like, after EDC was over, and then I came home and I still had the braids on, and then my mom actually had to help me, like, one by one, like, get through all the rubber bands, in my
Oh
hair,
man.
and she was like we were, like, kinda laughing off the whole experience together, like, just how much of a pain it was getting those out. So
Wow.
so, I mean, I w I never say never, like, in terms of maybe doing it again, but I
Right.
need to have someone who's, like, knowledgeable about taking them out, like, within a day of, like, putting them on.
I bought all the tools, had a neighbor put the heat ones on, the glue heat ones. We have to use this like thing to heat, and glue, fuse the damn thing in. And yeah, it was great, but miserably and painful because when you're dealing with glue, it already is going to destroy the hair where it was at, right? And
Yeah,
then I take a lot of hot baths, so that shit just was sliding out of my hair. Some
yeah.
of them,
I'm
and
pretty
others
I'm
were getting, oh, it was so bad.
I'm
And
pretty
then
sure
I
for the
just pulled them all out and ripped hair out like one by one. It
ouch,
was
I'm so
horrible. It was
sorry.
painful.
So, for this EDC, I'm probably gonna do something that's, like, relatively more basic in quotation marks, like,
Right.
getting my hair flat ironed, one day and maybe adding streak of glitter on one side of it, like maybe a little bit of
Yeah.
like temporary neon or something, and then maybe the second day have a bit more of a waviness, to the hair maybe. I don't know.
Do you do your own costumes or do you purchase them from a designer when you are for
I
all, not for modeling, but let's say for festivals?
Yeah, I usually purchase them usually through Etsy.
Nice.
Etsy Etsy is my favorite place to look for festival fashion actually.
Ooh.
I know Etsy kind of has this image of being a fairly conservative, leaning, kind of site for like it's very based on like home
Mhm.
furnishings and gardening stuff.
Right.
But honestly, they have a really impressive and elaborate selection of like rave artisans and designers too.
Oh,
Like
I
so.
know they are the place to purchase corsets. I love purchasing
Oh
corsets.
yeah, exactly. I actually got so you went over one of my earlier photos from like the desert
Ooh,
in Las Vegas.
yes.
I was wearing this studded like um two-piece, leather bikini that was from Osri Phil, who I think is an amazing
Okay.
designer. And
Oh,
her
you better share his link so I can put them
it's
everywhere.
a her.
Oh, her. Excuse me.
Yeah, and Osri Phil is on Etsy. So yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Do you like to purchase, are you okay? I'm going to be honest. Fashion wise, do you just go with your gut or do you let situations bring you in to go shopping? Or are you kind of a shopaholic like I, a bargain hunter like I, or do you like to make customs a lot of the time? So,
It's
what's your
it,
practice to the max?
it's a little of both. Kind of a 50-50 thing. Like
Right,
the thing about me and like I don't know. It's always gonna be like panning for gold when you go thrifting. Sometimes you bump into
right.
something that's like a very pleasant surprise. But I don't know. Often I just find like it's not really my style. Like per se. Like a lot of like flannel, a lot of denim, a
Yes.
lot of like cargo pants. Stuff like that. It
I
just kind
don't
of
wear jeans and I don't wear cargo pants. I can't do it.
yeah. And so it's like I'll go to like Buffalo Exchange and I'll go to like
Ooh, Buffalo Exchange.
I'll go to Red Light District. I'll go to all these other places, and do a little bit of,
Right.
bargain hunting here and there, but it just aesthetically doesn't really kind of complement like what I'm going for. So I find
Do
that,
you ever use eBay to look for fashion designers? I do. Or
yeah,
Victor or
I,
or vintage.
I
Vintage.
actually, I actually used eBay like during the holiday season. It was, I used some of
Uh-huh.
my um, Christmas money to so there's this like so one of my biggest like obsessions right now is resort wear because it's
Ooh,
like
what is that?
so resort wear is like it's kind of an umbrella term to describe like the kind of like vacation kind of getaway sort of
Ooh,
apparel that you would wear like if you're staying at a tropical destination or in Vegas,
okay.
like when you're staying at a poolside or something, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
in a boutique resort or something like that. So basically
Right.
it can encompass anything from
Like a
like
dress.
caftans to like uh, like tropical printed dresses to like swimwear to cover ups to kind of like things that could also kind of double as like cocktail dresses but kind of have more of a sort of uh, a billowy kind of fanciful kind of getaway kind of vibe to it.
Gotcha.
So it's like it encompasses quite a lot of terrain, but it's decidedly something that you would wear on vacation pretty much, or you would wear
Nice.
like at the very least wear if you needed like a break from the helter skelter of like modern life.
I understand that. So
So
it's not yoga pants, but it's definitely comfortable.
yeah, but the thing, but the thing I have with the issue I have with a lot of resort wear is it's just actually very drab and boring. Like for
Right.
example, like you have a lot of like neutral tones, and
Uh-huh.
while neutral tones are not in itself, like there's nothing bad about them per se inherently. Like they also just kind of resemble like what you would wear in cubicles more than you would actually wear on vacation,
Gotcha.
in my opinion. So a lot of resort wear just kind of lacks a fanciful imaginative quality to it, but there are notable exceptions, like for example one of my greatest like loves right now in terms of resort wear is Zarena, which is an Australian based like caftan and caftan dress designer. Like so anyway, going back to eBay, usually it's like her stuff, could be pretty pricey. It could be like up to upwards of like 250 like Australian dollars just for like a single caftan, which is
Oh,
obviously
wow.
it's obviously out of my league. But like if you go on eBay though, it's like often you'll find like steeply discounted, ones that and I got a steal. I got one for like $80, on eBay,
Wow.
through like
See, I
a
have a affliction with Victorian anything, so I've even looked for literal dresses, hats, all of it. But I have found UK brands make the very best quality
I
of corsets.
I completely agree with that. It's like I was telling my
Yep.
mom like over the holidays like I don't
Hmm.
really care for a lot of American apparel designers. Like
Mm-mm.
they're just kind of boring and lack a
Yep.
sort of identity compared to international ones.
Oh my gosh, they care about their stitches. Literally they clean better and all of the things. Like I don't know how else to explain it, but you're gonna spend over $200 for one thing. And purses and whatnot. Okay, for instance, this may not be up your alley. I'm sure it probably isn't, but I come from, I'm born in 85. I don't know. I miss Jinkos. I wish I could find some Jinko jeans, the wide leg, you rip them off. The whole punk scene was my life when I was younger. And as a mom, I'm not ashamed. I'd do the bell bottoms again. But they're almost $300 on eBay. So there are certain things you just can't find. But corsets, I buy them in bundles on Macari. And I usually do look for the brands that they're sharing. And like, you know, I don't know, an American, it's
Uh,
Walmart quality everywhere now.
yeah, so I'm pulling up like eBay right now because you
Yes.
reminded me of like a so
Mm-hmm.
another thing is like on eBay, one thing I always like look for is like they'll have like I'll actually touch more on this same topic, like, because I have a
Please.
little bit more to say about like some of my fashion inspirations. But anyway,
Yes, please.
so another thing I often find on eBay is that usually like a lot of these like um upper end like luxury apparel brands, it's like usually on their website, it's like they would sell for like upwards of like even 500 or more or something. But if you go on
Yep.
eBay, it's like usually so there for example, there's a seller on eBay who has a 100% positive feedback called True Habit, which
Okay.
lists all these like pieces that otherwise like it would be well out of your league, like if you want
Right.
to even consider getting, like via the website itself. But on eBay, it's like they're listed well below like by at least 50%, what they would otherwise be on like their website. Like I'm looking, for example, at this Bronx and Bonko metallic zebra print gown, which is like usually listed as like over 650, and that on eBay
Right.
it's listed at 330. And while I probably still that's kind of still like out of my league per se, like it's still a huge steal. And there's like that's just one piece. There's a whole bunch of other pieces, too
And a
that look
lot of the time they're open to auction. They'll do both. The thing is, I want to clarify is even the corsets I'm talking about from these UK brands, if you went on their website and had it brand new made, it'd be 500, 600 and higher. And you're going to have it your whole life though. It just depends on if it's a dress or if it's a handbag, right? When you say like it really comes down to it's not like the supply and demand, it's the limited edition that keeps its price.
right. And which kind of gets to like another point that we were like briefly talking about before we like pushed the record button on this like chat, which is that like we were talking about like the gripes of fast fashion, for example, and how it seems like
Yes.
it's so prevalent in both the very cheapy low end as well as the higher end. Like for whatever reason, like it's in the intermediary between those two polarities where I feel the most comfortable usually like investing in it. But for whatever reason, it's like both the cheap sheen like Forever 21 like, end of the continuum, as well as
Yes. Even Fashion Nova.
the Gucci esque, like what else? Balenciaga, end
Yeah.
of the continuum where you also have these unwanted elements of fast fashion.
And they don't give you a lot of options. That's the difference between cheap brands who do things, as you said, and mass factories, which is such a good point we should touch on. You're very educated in this regards. Would you like to elaborate on what we talked about prior on how some of these brands, like Abercrombie and Finch, is known for their discrimination and many more things? But what would you say gets under your skin about some of these brands?
Yeah, so you brought up, Abercrombie and Finch, for example. Then you have like Dolce and Gabbana, which have, like a controversial history in their own right.
Right.
Actually, they always make snarky remarks that are like very divisive and polarizing, depending on who you are. Like some people, like they'll kind of praise them for like, oh yeah, there's just telling it as it is, like they're just speaking the truth, but it just so like short-sighted and so like, kind of scummy in my opinion, just the pandering to like the reactionary elements. It just feels like low-hanging fruit to me, like
Can I tell you what I think they've turned into? This is my opinion. You guys are not going to all agree. But I think they're kind of Harper's Bazaar. They used to be good and now they're very scary.
yeah,
And
and
what do you think?
yeah, and it's like also of like, Gucci, it's like they have a very
Mhm.
controversial like history in their own right, and so
Mhm.
it always kind of gives me pause, about, to what extent like
Right.
I would ever, I mean, they're kind of out of my league anyway in terms of like what their sunglasses cost, like what their, like handbags cost, etc.
Right.
But, even beyond that, like it always kind of gives me pause about, like hypothetically, it's like, um, what would, like, where do I stand, in terms of my moral compass, and because it's like, it's not all black and white
Mhm.
necessarily all the time, because it's like I acknowledge that I'm, a participant in this like capitalistic like status quo that we all are
Yep.
ensconced in and everything, and we're all making, decisions that, contradict like who we aspire to be at our primordial core, and
Mhm.
so,
People are now copying people on Instagram to have their style. These brands don't control us anymore.
right. And it's like honestly, some of them I'd say are actually better, arguably, than like Gucci
Yeah.
themselves. But still, it's like you have to do your homework. So going back to like what you were talking about the fast fashion like price,
Yes.
I actually think I brought it up first, and then you were like asking me to kind of elaborate on it. Um, so I first became like integrated into the fashion community in earnest back in 2013. And so, as you may or may not recall, that was the same year that we had what was called the infamous Raza Plaza explosion, which in April 2013 was the single largest garment factory disaster in recorded history. It happened in Bangladesh. It killed over 1,000. And then they found out after the fact that the top floors of the building were built without permits, and that it took more than 2 years for big box retailers to compensate the victims of that tragedy. And so, you figure on the surface that
Wow.
that alone would incentivize the Bangladesh authorities to call for new regulations, worker protections and wage increases. But they refrained out of the fear that retailers would just move their operations out of the country, and that's also obviously what's happening in China and Thailand and India, etc. And then shortly after that, like I learned that like approximately 80% of Bangladeshi textile workers have either seen or have been subjected to sexual violence or harassment in the workplace, according to a report. And most of the workers were women, of course, and they get paid about 40 cents an hour on average. It's just infuriating, and it
Right.
that's kind of what goaded in me at the time, like this kind of determinism to. So at the time, I was actually. So I mentioned briefly in part one of our interview that my my origins with like fashion came when I was doing dumpster diving at the Better Living
Ooh,
show back in 2013. I was just a volunteer at this like green festival show,
interesting.
and anyway, the founder of this fashion invention and promotion company called Semper Fashion at the time, which is now defunct but was existing then, approached me and was kind of saying like, you do realize that people are probably going to be laughing at you like doing what you're doing. And I was like, I don't care. It's like I feel like I'm doing a good job for the planet or something. And
Right.
he smiled by what I said and said, hey, would you like to walk for one of my shows? And I was like,
Wow.
I was so flabbergasted, I was kind of speechless. And so we ended up like starting like a collaboration, from then on. And then the following year was like my debut on the runway. I didn't have a lot of
Wow.
control over what I wanted to model, so it's kind of bittersweet, looking back. But still, I'm still grateful that I got to grow and evolve, so to speak. And it was around that same time that one of the things that Todd said he admired about me was that he asked me to help with like the social media page, for like the Semper Fashion, and I would like keep posting articles about educating people about sustainable fashion and about
Yes.
and so it was the Raza Plaza implosion that kind of was one of the catalysts for raising a sense of urgency in. And I still like to think that like up to this day I'm still like furnishing that flame, even though like I'm not like as deeply rooted in terms of like social media or like that sort of publicizing, so maybe I don't read as many articles as I used to on
That's
that.
just
But
a homegrown, passionate
yeah, but
person right
I
there.
still like to make but the thing is I still like to make conscientious decisions about the kind of um designers and merchants I like
Right.
to vote my dollars to, so to speak. Like for example,
Right.
like I got this dress with some of my Christmas money from this designer called Amur, which is sustainable fashion, and it's like
Oh,
100% recyclable like um materials, like that.
I
I don't
love
know.
that.
I don't know about specifics, but it also looks very fashion forward too, which I equally as
Right.
appreciative. So
You're going to have to share all these links with me in an email, my dear, so I can share all of them out with all the other listeners. Because, there are a lot of people out there I found on Facebook who have done. Okay, so do you know the fairy attire? I'm sure you're kind of familiar, where they'll use recycled sweaters and things like that, and then kind of do an overwhelming. It verges on steampunk.
yeah, so it's like
I'm a
it's
huge fan of that style, and that is a huge fast, like paced, creative minds everywhere. It's mostly handmade. You're not going to find it. You're only going to find, like you said, like a Express or let's say Wet Seal, one of those old chinky places where they'd have tube dresses. I mean, now which basically Fashion Nova does, direct in Sheen. Sheen is incredible because it's so much cheaper than actually getting ripped off from a reseller.
right. It's
They're
like
smart.
yeah, it's like you know they. It's like
Their belts are cheap.
they're not idiots. Like they know what they're doing
No.
clearly, but it doesn't make it any less pernicious, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with like Dolls Kill. Like you heard about all the controversy
Mm.
things that they said, like some they had some tone deaf posts about like Black Lives Matter, like
Yeah.
several years ago, like in the early stages of the pandemic, for example, that people thought was just very tone deaf. They've also
Mm-hmm.
they've also made like inflammatory posts about they're like homophobic or transphobic as well. And but most importantly, stealing
Which is
other
crazy.
designers' ideas. Like for example, like there's this like UK based site called Wild Thing, which have like all of these
Mm-hmm.
like eclectic uh like it's like kind of a compendium of like indie designers, across the United Kingdom. And
Is it
anyway,
the one who makes the shoes that have all the charms on it? Because that's the one I was trying to remember. I'm a huge fan of them.
yeah,
Huge.
yeah,
It's like heels that are carved out like Lady Gaga style.
yeah, so Dolls Kill is known for
Yes.
that, but they
Yes,
steal
they
from other
stole it.
designers.
High five. You're right.
And they're not the only one, by the way, but they're the most like famous or well publicized one.
Right. Well, we're going to be sharing some of those pictures. Um, when you send me the links, I'm going to screenshot some of these companies and put it on my Instagram because it's a good point. All of it's a good point. At this point in time, what okay, so when you were younger, be honest, let's be really freaking honest. When you were into fashion, what were you um like maybe when you were in your beginning of your transition, what were some of the brands that you just stuck to because you knew what you're getting? Was it was it Amazon that you went to? Where did you go for some of the stuff you were learning yourself for?
So for tech in the beginning of my transition, which would
Mm-hmm.
be in like the mid 2010s,
Right.
some, some of the um, like there were some local designers that like I became familiarized with via
Nice.
my association with Semper Fashion and parts of the Portland fashion community.
Oh my goodness.
There was like for example, there was DeBard is like one that like I really look up to and admire. They're like they're actually like co-founded by uh, a lesbian couple that like that has
Awesome.
since like parted, but you know it's like that's in itself like a huge achievement. You know, it's like you don't.
Yes.
It's still relatively rare to have that kind of distinction, you know, behind like a fashion brand. So DeBard is one that I really look up to a lot. There was also um, she's since moved to San Diego, but like at the time she was resided in Portland, and she Dihana Rugavina was like a really exceptional
Ooh.
designer, but her expertise was more in the realm of like accessories though. So, but it still counts, you know, like it still is like. And then there was also let's see,
You're
Dan,
so ahead of me because
er,
I don't know these designers, and I believe designers are something I want to absolutely dabble in personally because
yeah.
like I didn't burn my bra, listeners, but I definitely gave them the fuck away and got nothing but like 120 different, I think there are more. I think there's 250 corsets I
Yeah.
own over
And
3
there
years.
was Ayala Originals was like another one that she makes like upcycled like
Oh,
garments like coats and you know outerwear and
is
also
that the
like some
flurry
dresses.
stuff? I love all that. Those
Yeah,
where
so
they
that
patchwork and oh my
that would probably be
goodness.
right up your alley per
Oh
se.
my goodness. You're
And
talking and
then
lace, like
and then
almost on verging like Stevie Nicks is the kind of fashion I love.
yeah, and then Collective Bliss is like another one that like I
Oh,
really admire. It was founded by this woman that I still like have utmost respect and appreciation for, even though she unfriended me for a political post that was like
oh.
critical of Joe Biden. You know, like
Hey, you know what? Unfortunately, we still respect her talent.
yeah, and
That's what we're
absolutely,
saying here.
yeah, exactly. Like you know, like I don't let things like that bias like overall sort of you know like, but you know, it's like I don't know. It's like you know how people could be very echo chambery to the extent where they approach like things like fantasy football where it's like you're either with a
Yes.
team or it's like oh well we can't be friends anymore or something like I don't know I just don't agree with that you know one-sided mentality you know like I feel like you could acknowledge you know like that like
Mhm.
one party is definitely very unhinged and very like morally bankrupt but you could also be outspokenly critical about the other party and it's
Mhm.
and immense like multitudes of issues and you know flaws so you know
Right.
I so she chose to you know unfriend me based off of being vocal about you know the latter and you know like I can't control that but it doesn't
No.
change the fact that I love and respect her a lot you
Right.
know and I wish her well you know and so but anyway Collective Bliss Designs is like another one that like I think it's still active on Etsy last time I checked you know but if not like you know I'm sure you'll find her like somewhere on
Right.
Google. And then she's not a designer per se, but she is like kind of a local like um kind of a quasi journalist, you know, like she
Nice.
her name is Jennifer Harris. Like she actually works at Adore, which is like a little um kind of fashion boutique up on it's
Portland's so wonderful. Oregon in general is full of the same kind of like mental creative people who are just thriving like LA is. I can't and I'm sorry, of all places on the West Coast that I'd want to buy some like pinup style old vintage and create it. Like I said, the steampunk verges on all those worlds. Even the 70s, they'll like merge the things together, colorful colors that wouldn't exist. That's the area where you're at. It's like, oh my God, you're lucky to have all these boutiques. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Portland has a great like upcycling and thrifting culture here. Like you would really have
Yeah.
you would really have a field day like
Damn,
doing
you don't
a
understand. I could be selling. I've not been able to purchase these things. I've been sewing since I was 5. I have 2 sewing machines. I've made everything you can imagine, to even like swimsuits, underwear. I was mad they didn't make an underwear that felt comfortable. I made my own. So, facts are, most of my fashion you've seen in photography, even in all the way down to prom days, I made my own dresses. So, I am enthralled that you're telling me your town has all this, because now I'm going to be like, it's that's like eat it tiny, tiny spoons. So wait, do you have a lot of designer friends, or are you just a good vintage fashion couture finder?
Well, I myself consider my taste to be very modern, decidedly. So I
Uh-huh.
don't really consider myself vintage per se, you know.
Right.
But the thing is, like, it's kind of by osmosis. Like, if you know,
Right.
had some experience, you know, like with, you know, working with a local, like, you know, fashion event and promotion company, you know,
Oh,
and
that's
then you
fun.
had familiarized yourself with some creatives in the process by proxy, you
Yes.
know, it's like you're inherently just going to have a bit of a pulse. Like, not so much now because I haven't really been all that relevant in like the local like fashion community for a while
Hey.
now. But like, you know, it's like I still met some people, you know, through that, you know, but I still like have
Right.
a fondness and appreciation for. And so sometimes, you know, by the corner of my eye, it's like I'll notice like something else on occasion, you know, and then, you know,
Do
it's like
you
the cycle.
feel that Las Vegas has already started opening your eyes to those designers too?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of this wide-eyed, you know, thirst, you know, that kind of comes with the territory there. Like you have a lot of like people are being kind of priced out of a lot of like most
Hmm.
other West Coast cities, including Portland,
Yes.
and it's like they're trying to find, you know, like new pastures, you know, to like relocate to. And I feel like Las Vegas is definitely one of them, along with parts of Texas and parts of like the metropolitan Atlanta, Georgia,
What
you know, like
what parts of Texas? Austin or where?
not Austin,
No?
more like Houston and more like,
Really?
you know, yeah,
Oh,
that's
because of their pageant. They have a lot of pageant talent out there, so that would make sense.
and they also have like a lot of it's a culture pot there, so like you see a lot of a
Gotcha.
synergy, you know, that also like leads to a lot of like um creative energy, you know, on the ground
Mhm.
level. So but yeah, you definitely see that in Vegas too. Like Vegas is rapidly becoming like all out. It's already like very much a cosmopolitan city in my opinion, but it's only
Mhm.
increasingly kind of solidifying itself as one because like, you know, it it was only relatively recently that like they got their first professional sports teams, for example,
Yes.
and they kind of alluded like the perception of them just being mostly about casinos, you know, and so forth. But that's not really the case anymore. It's like now they have a thriving arts district that's like becoming the hottest, you know, place, you know, that's like up and coming in all of Las
Yes.
Vegas. And then they also have like the parts of the Beltway, you know, like looping around Las Vegas near Durango Avenue, for example, that are becoming
Mhm.
like places of rapid development and so forth. And
Is
that
it food culture getting bigger there too because of the streetcar, the
yeah,
trucks?
you see a lot of this influx of like the Southern California kind of
Yes.
culinary culture kind of
They've
spilling its
moved.
way in.
That's why. They're all there.
Yeah, because it's like
Mhm.
it's much cheaper to do like
Yes.
operations there, and they have lower
Heck yeah.
taxes, and they have, you know, like all that. So
And it is, you're right, except the apartment buildings can be outrageous. It's almost cheaper, guys, to go get a house and rent it in Vegas than it is to get an apartment. Because what you're really paying for in Vegas, what I do know, is all the amenities versus California, it's built into the price. It's very different. So keep
right,
that in mind, girl. Rent a house. Do not rent an apartment.
right, and so but yeah, it's like actually like connected with fashion creative like last time I was
Mhm.
in Vegas back in May of last year for EDC as well. So
Yes. Oh, they're huge into the Rasta communities there, and so is the EDM community, very much. Yes, there's a rap community, but they more focus on like Northern California. They branch out. I know that for a fact. So you have to move there for the very reason that like they're already built in with the, I want to say pizzazz, but that's not really what you were, like you were saying at the beginning of our podcast, that you're not looking for that. What kind of photography were you fashion for, not fashion. What was the word?
conceptual.
No, no, no. You had said the type of photography you're not looking for is like the glamour. Not looking for the glamour, even though it's built in there. I even think the cannabis community moving to Vegas has helped change kind of the experience too. It's just like you said, a melting pot. I mean, have you already met some people yet in the Vegas limelight that are into the fashion industry, or what do you think is the best, I guess, approach in a Vegas hustle and bustle versus Portland?
Yeah, so I mean, like for one thing, like
Hmm.
they so May of last year I worked with this amazing inspirational woman by the name of Rosemary Zach, who was like the um, she did this like swimwear campaign, and it wasn't as it didn't get quite the response that she was like hoping for. In all honesty, so she was a little like let down by that. But it's like I still thought it was an awesome idea, and she pulled it off. And it's like I think she's kind of taking time to recalibrate, what her next step is after it not going quite like she hoped, because she had an initial swimwear campaign that had a lot more sort of like algorithms in her favor and so forth. And
I understand.
so it's kind of trial and error, like there's a lot of that in Portland too.
Well, did things change? Because you would know this, you would have the answer to this. Did things change since the pandemic when it came to you being able to be outside and around those creative people?
I think that there's been a lot of recalibration and reevaluation all around, like since like the pandemic happened. Like I know a lot of
Mhm.
photographers who have like retired because they say
Oh,
like the the pandemic kind of made them realize that it just wasn't like sustainable anymore for them, and so a lot of
yeah.
photographers have like kind of put their equipment on the shelf, so to speak, because
Hmm.
of so yeah, I actually haven't had like a photo shoot locally in like several years now. So
Hmm. Hey, that's why you've invested in the equipment you have, because you're going to get creative with yourself. It's
right.
okay. We can celebrate the improvements in all of you. Um, so what would you say, as I said, your early days were the style, but now what would you say today is like you said the I want to say vacation wear, is that the best way to put it? No.
Yeah,
Resort wear. Resort wear. Is resort wear the style, or are you um would you be open if a listener was listening and potentially had its own boutique? Would you be interested in helping other influencers get their fashion out there too?
oh, absolutely. It's like I don't limit myself to it goes back to what I was saying about,
Yes.
like Samuel Jackson and having insatiable curiosity, so to speak, like
Yes.
and it's like I don't limit myself to any particular niche, like because if
Mm-hmm.
you do that, like you're kind of negating yourself, by allowing
Mm-hmm.
yourself to be sort of like you're already compiling your own greatest hits like compilation,
Right.
like, well, that was good while it lasted. It's like, no,
Oh, well
I
said.
don't think of things like that. I don't rest on my
No.
laurels, like I'm always aspiring to see what else is out there and what else is possible, and for
I
me
think it's exciting, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think it's quite exciting that all of the light that comes from your photos and the different colors that these artists, these creators, which you'll have to give me a whole long list of the names so I can hashtag every single one of them you work with, because they need the credit. We got to get their hashtags out there to come back to your awesome. But for real, if you think about it, their color, their awesome, their powerfulness. I don't have any references I can show you right now. Um, of photography on my own, but if you look on my Instagram, you guys will know what I'm talking about. There are people that see you a certain way, and there's this mirroring image that you had nothing to do with choosing the outfit. Is that right? Or did they give you choices for most of these people? That's a real question.
Yeah, so usually it's like it'll be pretty standard where they say like you get 2 or 3 changes of your choice, and then like
Yes.
they'll do it in like multi-stage, like where you put one
Yes.
outfit on, they shoot that. They put your other outfit
Yes.
on, you shoot that, and then you shoot your final
Yes.
outfit, blah blah blah. But
And you didn't edit them.
no.
So do they bring you raws? Do they send you raws, or do they usually just send you the finals and you're like, are you the kind of person that gets overwhelmed by the edit process, or do you love it?
Well, I
Those
mean
are
it,
three questions. Sorry.
well, I mean it's like um it's like the more of that time has went on, the more of that like I wish that I could like take, I'd have a command of like knowing how to do Photoshop and all that myself,
Yes.
or not like like where you're just, like covering, like imperfections and pockmarks,
Yes.
not that end of it, but more just like adding like a layer
Yes.
of cinematic, like air and life to it, that kind of side of it. But
Adjusting all the features and the playing with the shadows is exactly what I call it. Like Instagram wasn't around. I didn't use Instagram. I used, I think, like one of those adjuster softwares that came with the Canon Photoshop I used for years in my art. And then Instagram comes around and we didn't have screenshot. So I mean, you're not touching the filters, you're not playing with the colors, or are you?
sometimes I'll just like I'll
Because I
click
know
on it.
Facebook gives you that option though.
Sometimes I'll like click on it just to see kind of what it looks like, but usually I tend to stick with
To
the
leave it
standard
alone. See,
because
that's so respectful.
yeah,
Oh,
because it's like
oh, I love it.
because it's like I feel like it would infringe on like what the because it's like unless
Right.
you are paying for creative control, which usually
Right.
you're not when you're doing like a trade collaboration, like
Exactly.
it would it would be just a kind of a slap in the face to the original
Oh,
photographer and their inherent vision, and I just don't want to do that, like
Nadia, you're so beautiful saying that, because from someone who, okay, like, huh, so it brings it right back home to my point without even realizing it. Here we go. You have you. You are you. You come as you. They give you what they think you should look like. They shoot you. They edit you, and you respect them, and you are you. You are a true artist. You should own that. This is not, guys, let's really have a moment here. Ladies and gents, let's have a moment here. She is not just a sex positive sex worker, artist, DJ. She is all of the things, and it is her passionately. So let me ask you, we're gonna fly in this little zone right here. With music, is it the same way for you? Is it like your soul sees this image of a song, or you have an idea, and when you're playing on the DJ, uh would it be decks? I guess it's a deck. The DJ deck, the equipment deck. When
yeah,
you're
it's like
mixing,
controller.
do you what is your process in your mind that makes you feel, do you go with it in an acoustic almost way where you just let yourself flow naturally, or do you have a set that makes sense to you and your soul's trying to tell a story? Like, how does it come from your creative process? Because we know how this exists. You collaborate with others visually, but now audio. How does this work with these collaborations of sound?
It's kind of to be determined right now, honestly, because I'm still kind of figuring it out myself because it's like so I mentioned before like we push record, like we were chatting briefly before we push record on this like here interview and everything, but like
Yes.
I struggle with, you know, perfectionism and overthinking and it's something that like some other DJs, like have acknowledged, but not to a particularly vulnerable degree. Typically, they usually kind of keep it to themselves until after they've become somewhat established.
Yes.
It's still something that you don't really see touched upon a lot, by
Mhm.
DJs and like interviews and so forth. I know Alice in Wonderland is like an exception. I
Oh,
know
she's beautiful.
Yeah, but otherwise you
Oh,
don't really see a lot of you see a lot of guardedness, I think along a lot of like um established DJs about, kind of like what it took, to get past those like mental blocks, so to speak. So
right.
I'm still in the thick of it right now, so I don't really have like a clear-cut answer. Like I'm still kind of
You're kind of building your brand right now in a sense.
yeah, like I'm still like um so one of the so I I'm never gonna stop praising, like my DJ mentor, Say
Right.
Lindsay. But anyway, Say Lynn's like she has mentioned this concept I never heard of through the online tutorials that I previously tried taking, and I was just like even more puzzled by this concept of sister songs, where you sort of the premise of
Interesting.
sister songs is where you go into like performance mode on your record box or Serato software, and basically it what performance mode is where you have this like two deck horizontal like setup where you have on one channel like you could pull up one track and drag it into the box, and then you load it up on there, and then you do the other on the right hand side of the deck,
Mm-hmm.
and then basically like it doesn't have all the functionality of like a standard like club controller by any stretch, but it gives you enough to work with to where you could just like drag your mouse cursor over the volume slider, kind of get a bit of a hint as to what it sounds like more or less, if you try mixing two tracks. And then that way is like a reliable way to kind of get a gauge as to what a sister song might be. But here's the catch
Yes.
to that. So the catch to that is that yeah, you have the basic like lows, mids, and you have the highs, and then you have the trim, and then you have the basic volume sliders and everything. But you don't have like the effects like that sometimes are an essential part of figuring out how you're going to work around vocal clashes, for example, or how you're going to work around,
Right.
like if, like the track is like um, produced in a way where maybe if you apply a little reverb or you apply like a little bit of a high pass filter, it's like then you have a clear cut answer as to whether they do mix well together or not. You don't have that kind of functionality with the software, so you would have to actually use the DJ controller in order to figure that part out.
Oh
So
my God, I hate that. I have Hercules DJ controller. I used it for a few years, and if you listen to what's produced from just my original music and what's been mixed, it sounds like shit what's mixed.
yeah,
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
and
I'd rather touch a real piece of equipment.
And another inherent flaw with the software too is that you have what's called the master tempo, and you use the master tempo to automatically like adjust, like the where the BPM is like automatically adjusted, so you don't have to worry about like all the specificities of like making sure they're at the exact decibel on both channels, like
And
so.
leveled. Yeah.
And what ends up happening is that it's still like awkwardly kind of exaggerates like what it sounds like, and so you can't really quite tell like what it sounds in its very natural form, like it's
I'm
usually
going to
like
say this. We're in a time still that DJ equipment versus other equipment is still very, very, very expensive. It isn't it isn't affordable
no,
to
it's
get
not.
a good piece of equipment that can do what we need. It's more so it's like an Apple iPhone from 1998 9. The very first one. It is
I
like that.
I'm very
Yeah.
fortunate that I managed to get the controller that I did with the the stimulus check, during the pandemic. Like I
Mhm.
literally used the $1,400 stimulus check to secure my controller. Otherwise I don't know like how I would have
Mhm.
ever done it.
See, I'm mad. I'm mad at myself. I should have went and got the Force, the Akai Force. What instead I did is over a course of 2 years, slowly searched and searched and searched and got deals. But then I got a theremin, the core co-oscillator, which are synth pads that you can basically produce everything hand live. But then I never got good speakers. They popped the first time I ever tried to mix everything. And I didn't know how to daisy chain everything at the time. I'm still learning. So it becomes a mind fuck. The good thing about a DJ, like as a producer, I would like to get a DJ, probably a Pioneer or something like that, like a really expensive one. Probably a $3,000 one that does everything. It's a workstation as well. And then just loop in all my other synths because it is impossible to produce on a computer. I'm over it.
Right. And so uh
Mixing is, yeah, we're talking about equipment and prices. Sorry. We weren't going to touch too much on this, but we're just talking about the hangups that create issues of burnout because you work so hard to make something and it just isn't what you want, right?
yeah, because originally, like, I used to have like a lot of tenacity where I would like sit at a desk without issue and be able to read books from beginning to end, and like I would have the
I hear
tenacity,
you.
to and then like I just the overachieving, it really literally does like result in actual like, like spontaneous combustion, like
Yep.
there's a synapse collapse, from the overachieving. And I feel like it does like chronic damage, to you in a certain sense. Like it might sound dark, like to a certain degree, but honestly, I think it also kind of changes you for the better in other ways. Like you just kind of evolve from it, like like it is unpleasant, like dealing with the overthinking that I'm still grappling with, like as of right
Hmm.
now, but like
Hey, it's growing pains. If you don't have the pain, then you're not trying.
exactly. And so I say Lynn's will often like have these posts on like her Instagram story feed, of our show, like, forward, like inspirational things, and one of them was something about like paraphrasing, like, pain is just kind of another way of, like, um, of catalyst, for like passion and,
Hmm.
possibility and so forth, which is so true. But anyway,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
so in short, like it's to be determined is what I'm saying, because it's like I'm I'm putting in
You
the
should say
effort. I'm
subscribe
putting
to
in,
find out.
and that's why like my social media has been really idle as of late, because it's like I don't want to like put the cart um before the horse, so to speak. It's like
Hmm.
I want to have, like, something concrete rather than just talking into my sleeve, so to speak. And so
Hey, are you open to on your YouTube channel at least sharing some of the process of creating when you start getting yourself more in tune with that part?
yeah, so that's kind of why I invest in that blogging kit, for example, because I
Nice.
feel it's kind of like a stepping stone towards like trying to figure out like how I would kind of make that foray into
Yes.
YouTube as well. Because it's like, if you have like even a fairly standard like vlogging kit, it's like it could suffice, for like the beginning, a genesis of like a YouTube channel. Like for example, like I see a lot of like content creators who now it's like they obviously have very polished content, but when you look back in their archives and everything to like their very first
Hmm.
videos, they're usually kind of primitive. They're kind of, rather
Hmm.
than shooting with, like professional video equipment, that they're shot with a GoPro, or they're shot with, a basic cell phone or something.
See, it's funny because I am of the generation that when I started vlogging, I used a webcam that was 2 megapixels. And it's amazing you could even understand what I was saying while my lips were moving farther than my face. Okay. And I've been vlogging, actually making vlogs since 2007. But I didn't become Miss Chronic Chronicles until 2012. And I didn't really start focusing, really focusing, till 2015. And I have taken breaks, and you have taken breaks, and content creators take breaks. If you think you're a racehorse running the show, you're just lying to yourself because nothing can be perfection. And taking moments as a real creator, which you definitely are, to sit back and be like, what do I want to do? That's good. But I'll tell you what I did wrong and what everybody does wrong. I don't care what field you're in, even the adult content fields. It's waiting for something to happen. Nope, do it. Make it happen. Because waiting will only take away years of your life, take away all the moments of creativity you forgot about. That's bad. That's not healthy. And it'd be like a big sister. I, in no way, condone behavior like that. And I
Right.
have dated men like that, hypothetically. You get my point? It's the same thing. We don't let each other fall down and scrape our knees and say that wasn't necessary. No, you let people fall, you let people learn. So for you, I think overthinking it is definitely hindering your creative flair. Allowing people in, you're good at that. You're allowing people in creativity wise. It's more so probably in your and from your standpoint, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nadia, but wouldn't you say that like ultimately as a creator, it's just time has been fucked up since pandemic? You're now making the avenues for yourself, and like music wise, we're going to talk a little bit about this as well. But music wise, don't you think that it's no different than your fashion? Like I was saying, you kind of change, you kind of things flow. And that's how your creative self should be. Allow yourself to grow. Don't be smashing the bug because its wings didn't completely develop. Don't. The bug isn't bothering you. It's trying to figure out the exit, the door. Open the
Right.
door,
Yeah.
you
So
know?
so I mean, it's like I look back to kind of where my I was listening to like a year ago, and I'm just kind of amazed at like how rapidly the seismic shift has been, since then. Like last year, like I had every intention of like kind of being a hardstyle DJ actually, but I was
Oh,
finding
I
that
love
like
that.
I was finding that well, two things. One was it just very exceptionally difficult like to be viable in the United States as like a hardstyle DJ unless you have a front loaded like resume as a producer. Like it's just like exceptionally hard to break through. But then also like I was kind of getting bored of like a lot of this this trend that is like I always describe as a scourge, like this whiny nasally male vocal trend that I hear in a lot of like hardstyle tracks. Like it's like hardstyle is like supposed to be like very in your face, very like propulsive, very like energetic, and
Hmm.
having like this like minor key, whinily nasally male vocal like anchoring it. It just sounds, it just clashes. It's so antithetical to like what hardstyle is
Hmm.
going for. It's like I just don't want to listen to that, in the music. And I was just losing interest, with this trend,
Right.
kind of rapidly like injecting itself into the subgenre. And so I kind of lost interest with our style because of that trend, and also I
Hmm.
feel like it's kind of it's kind of a little bit in uh, a comfort zone right now. It's struggling to break out of, where you have like, oh, you always have to have like this like very dreamy melodic breakdown followed by like the screeching synths like announcing like that we're gonna build the thing back up again, and then you have like,
Right.
it's like it seems like that's like almost
It's
like,
like painting. You can't do that. You can't ask a person to layer it a certain way.
yeah,
No.
it sounds
Stop.
like it's like since when it was an unwritten law that you had to have like a screechy synth, to announce like a build
Right.
up, and you had to have like this chancy melodic like breakdown every single track, and that the kick drum has to sound like a certain specific way. Like I feel like there's still so much untapped terrain and possibility with like hardstyle, but the thing like for example,
You
like
should get into producing. I'm sorry, I'm
yeah,
saying it.
for example, like
Yep.
um I could easily see like someone taking like inspiration from like Social Distortion, bands with kind
Hmm.
of that cowpunk element, for example, and doing
Right.
something like a very aggressive, like in your face Roadhouse blues stompy kind of feel to infuse it with like hard techno, like how come we don't see any of
Name
that,
some
like
artists in both of those that would explain that kind of feel you're talking about.
yeah, so like not just Social Distortion, but also like Susie Quattro. Like she also kind of has a similar sound and dynamic, that I feel like would fit the hardstyle, what hardstyle like is going for, like hand in glove, and also like why not have some of like Coe Wetzel or some of those like hard driving like politically incorrect like country artists with an edge or something, maybe, like I feel like they
Hmm.
would, I feel like that would make for fertile ground for inspiration,
So you think,
experimentation,
are
and
we talking electronica and country? Are you saying that?
I mean, like Social Distortion, like they kind of had roots in like punk decisively, but they
Okay.
kind of, but then in later eras they kind of incorporated a lot of like those like country roadhouse elements into their sounds. So, that's kind of what they're mostly known for, like overall quintessentially as a band now, and so yeah, I think that it's there's a lot of possibility with, I wouldn't say just country in itself, like it's definitely one of the influences, but it's like that saloon kind of hazy, smoky, roadhouse, bluesy vibe, like I'm kind of speaking more to that at a broader
Mhm.
scale. Like country's like a part of it, but also you have elements of rock, you have elements of, like the blues, inherently. You have
Mhm.
like elements of kind of like a fusion of punk sound in it as well, so I feel like that would make fertile ground for like a hard style like to become fresh again. And
Mhm. Mhm.
because if it's the tone of the music, it's like you think of, when you think of hardstyle, you think of, no holds barred, kind of rebellious swagger, and that in itself is kind of the vibe you get when you walk into, you pull up in your Harley Davidson and you walk into like a interstate roadside tavern or something, and then it's like you're wearing those boots, and like everyone's, they're a little timid to make eye contact with you when you're walking in because you kind of always have too much confidence and swagger.
Sorta. If you think about that, that would be like the style of almost a bass nectar or Skrillex meets Cheryl Crow.
Yeah, sort of. That's an interesting way of putting it for sure.
That would
Yeah,
be bomb, by the way.
yeah. It's
I'm
like,
thinking her first album. Let me look something up because um she used to talk politically so much. Do you remember that? What she would talk about the pew pew, I can't say the word, but at a Walmart, she would talk about.
yeah.
Do
That
you
that
know
was
that
actually
album?
that was actually her second album. That was her
Oh my god, it
self-titled
was
one.
so good with the
Her her
a chain to
self-titled
do you well.
her self-titled album is my favorite album of hers.
Oh,
It's like, what her first album was like one of those things where there were some great songs on there, but it also kind of like once you got past the songs that she's like known for on the album, like the other ones, they're not quite as remembered as much, like they're just sort
right.
of there. And also another thing it's important to note about like when she was like starting off with her first album was that she didn't really lend as much of a hand to like the songwriting. She kind of was more like, it's like that's why they call it the Tuesday Night Music Club, because she was like in this like kind of coterie of like songwriters at the time, including Jeff Trott and some other ones. And
Yes.
it's like, and like Sheryl Crow is bothered by like how people are criticizing her as like, oh, you're not really writing all the songs, it's like, and she was kind of thin-skinned about it. And then that's why when she went into her second album, she decided to take full command of like putting her pen to like every track, and
Right.
she obviously wrote with Jeff Trott, and she had like a few other writers, on
That
certain
is the
songs.
album I love. The Cheryl Crow 1996 CD. Oh my
Yeah,
god, that
and that's
whole album's great.
yeah, and that's why I think that her
Oh,
sophomore album is much better than her debut album, because it feels like more
oh,
representative of
but
who
she,
she is.
remember, she was networking with what's his name?
Yeah, Jeff
And she
Trott.
was dating him too. Who's what? It's Kid Rock. I didn't like that album at all. I think it destroyed her. He's too rough. She's too frank.
Which
It
album
didn't
was
sound good.
which
The
album was
Deepest
that?
Cut album, where um,
That
God, let me look for it.
wasn't that the greatest hits
I
compilation though
don't
that it was
like
on?
it. I didn't like it. I didn't like her after that. Same thing happened with Fiona Apple. These are people that are like, even Jewel was able to be remixed. And I was just listening recently to Sarah McLachlan and Natalie Merchant, and those people were able to mix. They were introducing electronica in a way to us, and rock that was almost in a verge of like Led Zeppelin back in the day. But yet I was explaining to someone recently, maybe you can follow me or not, but the way, okay, I don't know if you know, but cassette tapes are coming back. So analog sound can be captured on a cassette tape a lot better, as you know, than obviously a CD, because 1940 sound isn't going to sound the same exactly on a CD. Don't you agree? Versus a
Right.
record.
No, definitely not. Because it's like
Yep.
the way they would, usually record, from what I gather, is like, and obviously it's like an incomplete like assessment, but
Yes.
it's like they
They
would like
had
literally
filters back then, and Pink
they would
Floyd
they
did,
would
but
they
not
would
in the
literally
40s. It
they
was
would li-
live.
they would literally have like, everyone standing around like a singular microphone in the studio, and
Yes.
they would like use duct tape, to like tape down like the electrical wirings on the ground, and they would like
Right.
be very particular in like how um they set up even the
The
space,
sound of the room.
so that the acoustics like complemented, the overall vibe they were going for. Like,
I think that what we're talking about really, I don't know how you feel, and no judgment, but I'm not a huge fan of the 80s pop or R&B. Like I was not a fan of Prince. I was a fan of Madonna after a few albums. I didn't like her 80s sound. So I feel like it has to do with how flat sound it was back then when they were playing with compressors and stuff. Like, and when you, and as you described, it's so well described when you said that when you're mixing these sounds together, sometimes they don't work. It's true. Unless you auto compress things, that as a DJ, I don't know if you feel the way I do, but I don't really want it to be automatic. I just want it to be easy to work with. And there isn't quite enough equipment out there, I feel, other than maybe synthesizers. And that's why I was saying, for us to have to, like, the transition of sound through a amp on, or PAs, right, through your DJ equipment, is totally different from when you fucking save that file and put it on a CD or send it in an MP3 to someone else, right?
right.
Isn't that disturbingly sad and depressing and make it hard at times?
Yeah.
God. So maybe, I mean, collaboratively, I'm going to be helping her with her social media. Maybe collaboratively, we can work together on this, and I can try to help you produce some stuff too, because this is a whole new world that might be easier for you to have your fingers on if you feel limited a little bit by your equipment. Like it's not about the equipment, it's about the way it's been described to me as producers I know, sound engineers I know, and other fellow artists all say the same thing. And I agree. Even if it's the shitty computer or phone that you're working, whatever you're doing, if you learn your tool and you push it to the max and you make it crash, if you get what I'm saying metaphorically, then you're learning. So coming out of the old ways, as you said, that you're learning and you're not sure what your sound's going to be like, maybe just learn the craft. Like instead of crocheting, you're going to knit. You're still dealing with yarn. Let's see what we do, like, um photography wise, I can also help you network on that side too, like potentially some people local to where you're going, but also ditto on that. There's probably people in your area right now who would love to network with you. You don't know yet. So, um, if you are listening to this podcast and you are in the Portland area, please connect with Nadia Lockhart. I will make it as easy and as convenient as possible. But I think that you, as like a content creator, maybe you should just get more comfortable just setting up the phone and saying, "Hey, today I'm going to record myself doing whatever, and I'm going to screenshot the shit out of it and decide what is beautiful, and the rest goes in the trash, and tomorrow's a new day." That's the first step for self promotion, definitely. I mean, do you do many of those kind of photo shoots where you use camera?
Yeah, sometimes, like,
Yes.
often, like, I'm not knowledgeable about the types of cameras, per se,
Oh,
but
don't
like,
worry about that. Cell
but
phones are better these days, honestly.
yeah, often they are. Like, sometimes if you want like a particular sort of like you're going with like a certain sort of like, for example, in the first part of our interview, like you actually shared that
Hmm.
photograph of me like kind of leaning over like this mannequin, and I was like
Yes.
photographing it. Like that's
Oh, I
like
love it.
I would actually consider that like one of the noteworthy exceptions that was shot on like a particular type of camera. And it's like I feel like if you tried capturing that on like a typical like Samsung Galaxy or something like that,
Right.
it would probably fall short of like kind of the overall atmosphere that you're trying to evoke. But
Right.
otherwise, like I'm inclined to agree like that, a lot of, like your Samsungs and your iPhones, and even, some of
Mhm.
those, you know, oh yeah, the brand eluded me for a second. I had it, but it eluded me.
It's okay.
But anyway, like they really hold their own, up to, anything aside from, like, like a 4K or a 6K cinematic camera or something like that. So yeah.
There's even 8K now. No joke. But let me tell you something just for the listeners. Currently in our day and age, you can get away with the 760. I think that's what it is. 720, 720 HP, is that right? You can get away with that video quality and still work with it with the filters that we have. And you're going to, obviously, you're self-taught in a lot of ways, but it's because you want it, right? Is that why you reach out and grab it? You're like, I want this. I'm taking it. It's mine. We're going to learn this. This is an experience about life. I'm an artist. That maybe it's I mean, I walk around with 4 or 5 different brands myself, but maybe that's it. You need to hashtag all of these brands with Nadia Lockhart because it is you. It's just different parts of you.
Yeah, so like for example, like I just invested in this like Mavo vlog, like starting kit, for that's like
Mhm.
USB-C compatible, and kind of, so there's like some YouTube channels that I always like to follow. Like some of my favorites, one that I like have like kind of binged on as of late is Coolest. He's like a resort, like a hotel
Awesome.
reviewer who I think the reason why I like his, content so much is because, like, unlike a lot of other like resort and hotel reviewers who get comped, and so they're obviously going to have bias, kind of ways in which they, share their thoughts, that are like flattering of the property, and they kind of hold back from, criticism, or if they do, it's like, well, if there was like a little bit of, criticism, I would say like maybe this could be a little bit better, but otherwise, like, yeah, 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 but with Coolest, what I like about him is that he actually always, like, because he has like a fortune that he's amassed, from like sales, over like 15 years. Like he actually always pays like the market rate, and he always stays at the hotels like out of his own, with
That's
his own money.
awesome.
And because of that, he owns the opinions, and so like he'll always like be willing to openly criticize something if it isn't like up to par, But at the same time,
Yes.
and it's like, but that's also what makes it, whenever he praises something, that's what makes it even more believable as well, because it's like that's a thing that a lot of people don't understand about, like, oh, why do they have to be so critical? Because it's like, if it, if you're always like, saying, oh, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is fine, like
Right.
it not only does it make, like the not only does it feel kind of like unconvincing or kind of banal, but also it kind of mutes or kind of suppresses like the enthusiasm and what you actually love, or what you do legitimately
Right.
enjoy too.
Can
And so
I throw an opinion in there?
yeah,
We live in a world of paid opinions. We don't like that anymore. It's about real ass opinions, real reviews, real experiences, right?
right. And so it's
Enough of the fake commercials with Luigi on the spaghetti.
I think what many have to understand is that the more that you like are emphatic about, where about things that, like you feel like they leave a little bit to be desired, and you would like to see improve, it's like it also like reinforces and makes all the more believable like what you actually were impressed by and what made you wowed, because it's like, if you have that sort of like decided contrast, and like what you're hot about and what you were a little bit chilly about, it's like it just reinforces just how real and authentic, your reactions are, and how palpable they are, because otherwise everything is just feels so like baseline. It just feels so like treading water, and it just feels kind of
Mm-hmm.
passive, in my opinion. So that's what
How
I
I feel
really
about the
appreciate.
news networks.
That's what I
That's just
really
my
appreciate
opinion.
about that's what I really appreciate about certain channels like Coolest, because it's like he was like very he never holds back from, like kind of saying, things that if a certain restaurant was, average or even, bad, but in the same breath, it's like if he's like really impressed by something, like he'll just go gaga and he'll just like go on and just say so many like glowing adjectives and explain exactly why he was so amazed by it. So yeah.
Hey, you can be talking about the photographers you work with and also the fellow creative people that you work with in the future on your own channel, which is so exciting. Because say, hey, you come back from a gig, or say you come back from a shoot, you can give a real review about these people, like working with them as creative people, which is just positive, truly positive. It's a real artist approach.
Right. And so anyway, kind of rewinding just a little bit, to kind of explaining kind of what kind of prompted me to get the vlogging kit and everything. So like when you look at like a lot of these like content creators channels, including Coolest and some other ones that I'm very inspired by also include I'm really into Botez Live. They're like two chess sisters who are just like they're just so the most amazing,
That's
energetic,
awesome.
colorful characters. Like I'm so influenced by them. I love Miles to Memories Vegas because they have like a playful banter when they're talking about Vegas news, and they do like hotel reviews as well, and they're also pretty honest about their opinions. And then there's also what else? Obviously Miss Chronicles for that matter, but
Oh, thank you.
um, there's some other
Hey,
ones that aren't popping in my head at the moment because you're always gonna like not have ones. Oh yeah, Bailey Sarian is another one I
oh
really
yeah.
adore. Sophia Nygaard, I really love her channel as well. But anyway, so but the common thread that you see with most of these channels is that
Hmm.
yeah, there are exceptions. Like Sophia already had like experience with the Huffington Post before she branched down her own. So she had some experience with like production already, and the same thing
Hmm.
with Bailey Sarian to a little bit of a lesser degree.
I think her husband is a musician as well, so that's also the co-networking in that.
Yeah, but with some of the other channels, including like Coolest and it's like you look back at their earliest videos and it's like they literally were just kind of shooting them on the spot on their cell phones or a GoPro or something,
Yep.
and it's like and when they were talking to the camera it felt like much more awkward and much more sort of like, okay, I don't know where I'm going with this, but let's just wing it.
Hmm.
And now it's like it's a little bit more rehearsed, it's a little bit more sort of like they've scripted out like kind of what they want to say a bit more. It still feels authentic, it still feels
Hmm.
believable, but it's just like they just have more experience and comfort in front of the camera. And
That's right.
they see the natural progression just by looking back in their archives of their channels. And
As you said in your last interview, you said you used the terms unabashedly, and that's pretty much what I feel it is when you look at the old content.
yeah, and it's really interesting because like in it's like when Quest like had like this like milestone of like subscribers, like he did like a special like video where like he was like reflecting on like the growth of his channel, and he was like saying like how it's kind of a double-edged sword, like looking back, because it's like on one hand it's like i I'm feeling very confident about like how far I've come, and how much more
Hmm.
there is to grow. But also it's like, if I'm being honest, it's like I feel like my happiest days on YouTube were arguably at the very beginning, because I didn't know any better, because I was just kind
Hmm.
of like I was just very gullible and just kind of living in the moment. And now it's like there's much more work involved. And while I'm not
Hmm.
complaining about that, this is a path I've chosen. It's like, yeah, it's like I was kind of like more happy because I didn't know any better, and I would just like, kind of going with emotions and everything. And
Hmm. Well, the good part about you having the Fansly is you can edit the things you don't want to just put on a public platform, and the others can respect what time and energy you put out there. I mean, even down to like what you were describing before we started the podcast about how the new hat you have is part of the collection of your fashion. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
yeah, so surely all of you have heard the term Mac Daddy, which usually means like one of two things. It means either like you are an expert in your particular field, or master of your domain, like they would say on Seinfeld.
Right.
Or it would mean in more like seedy terms, like someone who's kind of a pimp and is like kind of working you up, fueling you up, so to speak. Um, And but the thing is, like, you always hear it like in masculine kind of machismo kind of context. Like you never hear like a feminine counterpart to it, like Mac Mommy. And I was wondering
Right.
about that, and I was like, well, I'm coining it now. I'm coining this, like putting my trademark stamp on it. You know, Mac
Oh, you
Mommy.
better own that hashtag.
There's a
Nadia Mac Daddy. Do it like
so
that.
so that was kind of the guiding inspiration, that is also like going to be part of like kind of my vision for my GB Jana, like DJing, passion. It's like kind of based on house rhythms. It's kind of like I'm this here captain steering the ship, but it's like,
Oh, I love
it's
that.
a woman in total control of herself that's like helming the spinning wheel. So and also like there was one of the biggest club hits of last year in the dance music world was a track titled "Mommy," which was by Chris Lorenzo, and it's one of those tracks where, like, if almost any other vocalist, like, was the vocalist on the track, like, it probably just wouldn't nearly have achieved the same sort of appeal or same sort of effect. But it's one of those kind of tracks where I feel like the vocalist really made the track. There's this vocalist that's featured on the track named Cobra who just has this very particular vocal timbre and just this like confidence in her persona and her performance that just totally makes the track in my opinion. But if like almost any other vocalist like was on that track instead of her, like it just wouldn't nearly have resonated the same way in my opinion. So it just really like I think Cobra really made the track like the amazing like massive breakout hit that it was last year. And then
That's
I heard
awesome.
and then I heard Say Lynn's perform it during one of her sets last year at 45 East, and it kind of further sinewed, just how much I love the track and just the experience of it, and just it just kind of also reinforced
Have
why yeah, that's it. I gotta one manifest this Mac Mommy energy. So it's kind
right.
of which is like, it's not like a linear path. It's like kind of, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward,
Right.
2 steps back, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back kind of thing often. But like,
Right.
I'm getting there, and like and again, Say Lynn's is just a utmost inspiration, kind of helping kind of guide me along the way, like working through this overthinking, oubliette, so to speak.
Yes. I mean, people don't understand, but the black hat that I wear has a lot of metaphors to it. Because, I wear many hats. I'm not even ashamed about it. It's black because I've dealt with a lot of hardships. It's black also because that's fashionably the way we're going to do this. I mean, it's metaphors for me, but it goes hand in hand that the concept with the black hat will never leave this channel from Miss Chronicles at least. And then the metaphors that you can use with that hat that you have, you could rhinestone it out. There's so much to it. There's so
Yeah.
much, and
So
it can be different versions. I love that.
my hat, like, it has like, obviously they're like glued on, like piece
Uh-huh.
by piece.
Yeah.
But because like a lot of like those festival captain hats are like that. But like
Yes.
it has these glued on spikes, so to speak. It
Oh,
has
I love it.
like Mac Mommy kind of glued on, like in the front of the hat,
That's
and
awesome.
then it also has like, I don't know what material it is, but it kind of resembles, like, how you have those mermaid tails and they have like the scale kind of iridescent,
Yes.
kind of, it resembles like, I think it's supposed to be like either lycra or like spandex or something,
It's not an alligator though, right? It's more of a mermaid.
Yes, it's not like alligator,
Gotcha.
but it kind of has like the same sort of scaly kind of
Right.
like the texture to it, so to speak. So
I
it kind
love
of
that.
it kind of has
You
that.
better post a picture on your Instagram.
Yeah, yeah, and then it also has like these like kaleidoscopic goggles that you could
Oh,
like
I love it.
detach from it whenever you want to, and
Hey, that's good in windy conditions,
yeah, precisely.
especially when you're mixing.
Black
For
Rock
real.
Canyon.
Have you ever been in a dust storm? I'm sure you have in Vegas.
Yeah, they're pretty known for like their wind gusts, like they,
Yeah.
I enjoy the wind gusts when it's warm out. I can't stand it when
Hmm.
it's cold out.
Are you done with the snow? Are you ready to be in the Vegas? I know Vegas does get snow, but it usually melts pretty quick.
Yeah, the thing about Vegas is like it's 2,000 feet above sea level, so it's
Yes.
like it's not unheard of to see little a little bit of flurries, kind of
Hmm. Oh, they
towering.
stock up on food on those. They freak the fuck out. I have friends out there who literally are like, I bought 10 5 packs of toilet paper. They're on their way in Amazon. I'm not leaving my house. It's snowing.
A lot of people have this misconception of like Vegas being a flat desert, and it's really
No,
not.
it's hills.
It's not flat at all. Like it's
No.
very it's like the higher elevations of the Sonora Desert, and it's like
Henderson is a bunch of rocky cliffs.
yeah, and then Mount Charleston is not far out from Vegas
Hmm.
city limits. It's like probably about a 25 to 30-minute drive, west of like Summerlin. And
Right.
and but Mount Charleston like stretches up to about 14,000 feet above, sea
Hmm.
level. So
I'm 7 where I'm at right now.
so
And
so you get a
yeah.
lot of variation of altitude, and even
Hmm.
parts of the broader Vegas metropolitan area. Like you have like
Right.
Vegas itself, like downtown Vegas is about 2,000 feet above sea level, but then you have
Hmm.
like outlying suburbs that like could be as much as another 750 like feet higher in elevation, and then just outside of Summerlin, it like immediately starts increasing from there, and so it's not
Yep.
unheard of to be downtown and only see like a little flurries of snow like falling in the sky
Hmm.
before it immediately melts hitting the ground. But then if you go just like uh, do a 20 to 25-minute drive, west of there into like, the Summerlin area, it's like you'll see a lot of snow stick to the ground there.
Oh yeah. No, and I want to let listeners know that Nadia is going to be giving me a link for her playlist on Spotify to make sure that she can share with you guys some of the things she loves. We might even use it as a talking point in the future. But in reference to your YouTube channels that you like too, I think you should make a playlist on your YouTube channel. And it's pretty easy to do if you need me to walk you through it. But that shareable link too could be really helpful for people if you want to keep adding to it in the future. It'll just be the same link on this video or this
Yeah.
podcast that you're
So,
listening to.
so what I'll be doing is it isn't finalized as of right now, but what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be assembling like probably on both Spotify and YouTube like a
Wonderful.
playlist of some of my sort of it's intended as an illustrated history of some of my utmost musical influences and inspirations spanning, from my earliest childhood, kind of what I kind of inherited
Awesome.
from my parents and grandparents, and then all the way through when I started, kind of starting to kind of listen on my own and finding more gems, so forth,
Yes.
to now for that matter. And you'll see it's like kind of all over the place, but we're kind of going through this conversation now, and you'll kind of see like how organically like things have kind of
Right.
naturally progressed, over these many eras of my life. So
Right. And honestly, that can be your inspirational list for you even when you're getting warmed up for your sets cuz YouTube you can still mix those lists in. That's the wonderful part about the equipment today though that everything is very like Bluetooth linkable. It's very like I was saying, I'm kind of mad I didn't get the Force. I keep the is it Akaya Force? You should look into
yeah,
that, girl.
that's fair.
Have you ever played with one? They're amazing.
I haven't even heard of that
Oh
particular
my
brand.
god. Let me just show you. Let me just physically show the listeners. Man, save up your pennies. It's expensive. I'm gonna say that. Hold on. Um, Akaya Force. I think it's 2000 or something like that. Akaya Force 2000. I don't know. Here we go. Oh yeah, it's $1,200, but it's beautiful. So beautiful. You can produce and you can mix from it, and it's all standalone. And it does everything you could imagine plus some. And you could even like offer recording sessions because it works even well with podcasts. Oh, it's so beautiful. Let's see if this pops up.
Okay.
Hold on a momento before I blow your minds.
Ha.
Here we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Hold on. Let me pull back up the right picture though. Oh, it's it's I can't show a video though because it's YouTube and they'll take drama. but a Kaya Force is probably the best piece of equipment I've personally ever seen. It does everything. I mean, it really does. So you've got pads here. You've got all of the things we were talking about earlier that do it digitally. You can even put in a lot of stuff. It comes with everything. It is literally a drum set, a beat mixer, synchronous. Look at that. Look at what you can do to it. Look at the
Oh,
things.
nice.
Oh, the things. Oh, my mouth drools when I see it. I'm mad. I'm mad I didn't do it. It will be mine one day. You should
Gosh, thank
sincerely
you.
buy it. Buy it. Sell your soul and buy it.
I would have got away with it too if it weren't for that meddling
Seriously, man.
objections.
It's a sampler. It does everything. It does everything, and it can be the brain to anything else you want. And you never, ever, ever have to buy another piece of equipment because they keep re-uploading it too. Like you get updates, and you see how it had, can you see this part? It allows you to touch screen in here and do your entire production. So you can either do a mixing session or literally a production session. And because the back of it, listeners, you've got inputs and outputs for mics and everything else, and gates, which are basically synthesizers. And then the MIDIs, which can go into a computer and do like you could go put it right into Logic or to Ableton or any Pro Tools, whatever, whatever. Okay. It's the best out there. I'm telling you. It even is technically its own master because it's a standalone. You can literally work just off of that or add a bunch of extras. It's the brain. So for that price, tell me that's not amazing. I need this in my life. It's a problem, girl. It's a problem. Personal one.
You got 99 problems and 98 are that.
Yeah, I got 98 in my bank account. No, I'm kidding. No, so yeah, when it really comes down to the music that influences you and the things that you plan to do, all you're doing is your homework right now. When you're going back into your mind and you're sharing it with these listeners, it's not an accountability moment. This is a moment of self-expression to plant those seeds. You know, ultimately, you have, for how long now? Since 2010, you said you've been doing modeling, and how long have you been doing music?
So I haven't really like had like a consistent groove in terms of like music production as of
Right.
yet. It's I actually experimented with making a couple of like original tracks with another
Nice.
dearest friend of mine named Luis Torres. Hey, Luis, if you're tuning in, he is actually the same friend who's like my bookkeeping boss, you know. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
and then we used to do like some creative collaboration. We had like this like kind of it was called Aka 75 was the name of it, and it was kind of the idea was that you would have this little sort of working collective community where you would have like we would someone would come up with like an original song, and then we would like make a music video and like have a bunch of people like pitch
Yes.
in as like models or like actors or like
Oh,
performance
yeah.
artists, and then we would like take it further and we would have like a public show where we would like premiere that music video, so to speak, and then we would have other like performances including like a live runway, and then we would have
Oh,
like
yes.
we during our very last, you know, edition of like Aka 75, we had like a actual like professional like I don't know like technically what they're called, but it's one of those like it's like break dancing on like a cube or something, you know, kind of
Oh, they're called go-go dancers.
I guess like I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure, but anyway, it's like he had like this like futuristic cyborg outfit or something, and like he was like doing like beatboxing on this like cube. It's like very
That's
iridescent. It's
awesome.
hard to describe in words, but
Right.
like we also had, and it had a big GLBTQ leaning to it too, actually. So we felt like a great sense of pride in that as well because we were still kind of ahead of the curve at the time in terms of like
Right.
not saying it to be braggadocious, you know, it was just kind of like it was before like um and obviously I have like feelings about Caitlyn Jenner, but it's like
Yeah. Hey, you're welcome to share all your
she
opinions. They're
still was
yours.
she was still very very catalytic in terms of like helping raise transgender issues into the mainstream. Like
Yep.
she's not a very adequate spokeswoman in my opinion. Like, don't get me wrong on that,
Hey, that's
she definitely, I think, will be remembered as kind of uh, a focal figure in terms of like where it was no longer sort of um, on the fringe, or it was kind
right.
of more underground. It was like she definitely like thrust it into the mainstream. Like that, I would
Mhm.
definitely give her credit for, even if I wish that we had a much more competent spokesperson, you know, for
They are coming, aren't they? In due time. Yes.
yeah. So
No,
anyway,
I feel
if
like
this
the
was
political side of it has, and I'll just add this to anybody who wants to be negative, you're not allowed to be. So, but here we go. The reality is because of the police situation that happened with her driving under the influence, I think is the more so problem that tarnished her reputation because before that she was respected. Even before she transitioned was respected.
right, yeah, I think
And
that
social media was really their family, so I feel like it was the right move, but if you know the history, they were not respected in their own family at the beginning.
yeah,
So
and
it was a representation of many who struggle.
I also think that like a lot of the image also kind of stems around just association through osmosis with the Kardashians. You know, like it's one of those things
Well
where
said.
I don't really like keep tabs on like the Kardashians, so I kind of
Can
hold my
I
tongue when it comes to like having a very
can I
crystallized
throw a wrench in?
opinion of, you know, I,
Right.
it's like for all I know,
Paris
it's like
Hilton has
yeah,
more to do with the community than I think anyone else because she taught Kardashians how to be influencers. She's taught all of us how to be influencers and how to accept who you are. And she's taught people how to dress properly and have fun with who you are. She's done that a long, long time. No one else was doing that. So maybe a little bit of Gwen Stefani, but I would say culturally, you would see Pamela Anderson as a model as a woman for such a damn long time, right?
yeah. It's one of those things where like I feel it's almost too easy to like, you know, rush to conclude that, you know, they were just kind of industry plants, or they were just kind of born with silver spoons in their mouth and they just had this like entitlement air to them. I feel it's almost like too easy to
No,
conclude,
yeah.
you know, like I just don't really have like much of a educated kind of formulated sense about kind of their overall sort of value system or kind of who they are inherently, you know. So I
But
always kind of
fashion, they're definitely a representation of what has been mirrored for probably the last, what, 15 to 20 years? If you really think about it. I mean, Paris Hilton is the beginning of it. Isn't she very respectful to the LGBTQ community as well?
from what I understand, like she's definitely like shown some outspokenness on her end with in as a proponent of like LGBTQ. I don't really have like a
Mhm.
lot of specificities, you know, because again, I'm not all
Mhm.
that knowledgeable about, you know,
Mhm.
them as personalities themselves, but like
Mhm.
I definitely haven't really I don't recall any like particular instances off the top of my head where they were adversarial or they were, you know, bitter or, you know, anything like that, you know, like so
Right.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that front, you know.
Mhm.
And also like she is also a DJ, by the way, and it's like
Yep. I was
I
going to say that.
I remember like tuning into the live stream like when Resorts World first opened. She was there at the opening. I wasn't there in person, but I watched the on they have like a lot of Vegas vloggers, you know, on like YouTube, and like I'll often tune to some of them like
Right.
Jacob's Life in Vegas or Not Leaving Las Vegas or like you know, ones like that. Or
Mhm.
another one I really like is Turn It Up World. They're just so fun and lively and just adorable. And but anyway, I was tuning into the live ribbon cutting ceremony for Resorts World when it first opened back in about 2 years ago, roughly. And Paris Hilton was among the distinguished guests, and she performed an opening set for Tiesto, who is the one who headlined that opening.
Awesome.
And in my opinion, like, yeah, she Paris Hilton is not who I would, you know, characterize as like a very innovative or like very like particularly creative DJ,
Mhm.
but she was very competent in what she was doing. Like she
Mhm.
had a good sense of flow, like, and working the crowd and song selection, which I think are the
Mhm.
most usually the most important. But it depends on the type of music that you're playing. Like if you're doing something
Right.
that's like more like house or techno, like song selection isn't the end all. Like you do have to kind of have a command of some of the nuances with mixing in those genres. But
Right.
with the type of music that she was doing, which was decidedly more sort of your kind of standard like bangers, and your
Mhm.
kind of club fare, it doesn't really call for that as much. And so I felt like she did a pretty competent job, I'd say, like, she didn't necessarily blow me
She
away.
doesn't have to be paid to play someone. That's the difference.
Yeah, but I mean, even based on, like,
Mhm.
a skill level, I was, like, kind of, I had because I knew that she was a DJ too, but I didn't know, like, to
Mhm.
what extent. A I didn't really have a read on, like, her overall, like,
I
skill
think
set
because
or
she's been behind the scenes so much, she's probably had a lot of mentors.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, obviously,
Mhm.
like, it's like it's so easy to like conclude like, oh well, she's probably
Mhm.
just sleeping with a producer in order to get gigs or whatever other
No.
misogynistic bullshit, but
Maybe her friends, but that's not the same.
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Right.
obviously, I'm reaching out to
Mhm.
find mentors, including like Saylin's,
Right.
obviously, like I
Right.
but the thing is, like, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's
But
like
can I throw a really hard wrench? Some people are not gonna like this, but I don't like the attitude of maybe what's his is his, I don't know his name, so we're not gonna say that. But Dead Mouse, I don't know his real name. What's his real name? Do you know it?
I don't know off the top of my
Yeah, I
head.
thought it was Ryan or Mark, but I might be wrong. I'm probably way the fuck off. Anyway, he is so made a small baby gate for himself. He stopped networking with people, I think all the way back in 2011, maybe 2012. He got really angry. He got kind of napstery, kind of like a, who are we going to put it in the terms? A little bit of a, even like Smashing Pumpkins matter. Like he got so small, mad, angry about money that he disassociated himself with the rest of the people. Like you can't find all of his stuff even linked on major social medias because he doesn't want to be involved. He's like an Elton John of fucking electronica. Do you understand that? How much he puts himself in a baby gate? Like I don't think he even goes to festivals anymore.
But
He
I don't
started working
I don't
online and he just kept
and
his
I'm trying to
DJ
follow
mixing
along.
going.
I'm trying to follow along with the Elton John analogy because
Well, because apparently it's also he is too doesn't like his stuff mixed unless he really likes you.
I don't really get that vibe from Elton John though, because
He
have you
does. He
heard like his
has.
I mean,
Hmm.
didn't he have that collaboration album released during the pandemic where he like had Lil Nas X on it and he had like Miley
Yes,
Cyrus
but
on
these
it
are
and
these are massively paid collaborations. If you look into it, I'm not wrong. It's well known. It's pretty sad actually. Even Green Day is the same. These people limited themselves because they it became look into it. If you're not familiar with Dead Mouse's behaviors, go look into his just channel alone. He has sold himself out. He doesn't allow himself to network with others. He's literally tried to make himself the Michael Jackson of fucking electronica,
I
and
mean,
that destroyed me.
I'm familiar with some of like Dead Mouse's like questionable, to say the least, like homophobic and
Oh
transphobic
yeah,
remarks at times. But in terms of
I
like
think he's
the
got substance abuse issues too, and it's destroyed his career. And he blames it on others when he really should. Like, okay, uh,
has it
I'm
destroyed
gonna
his
just use
career?
this
Has it destroyed
analogy.
his career though? Because like from I see a lot of hype right now surrounding his KX5
I don't even know.
collaboration with Cascade. Like it seems to be one of the hottest tickets right now.
Oh, he did that a long time ago. Really? Is this a new thing? I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, actually,
That has been a thing for a while that they have
one
all.
of the single biggest club hits of
Cascade's
last year
also in a
was
baby gate.
one of the single biggest club hits of last year was KX5's debut single is called Escape, and that was like one of the most replayed songs of that year. It was with this female vocalist named Haley that
I
was
love Haley.
you couldn't avoid it like last year. It was
Hmm.
like everywhere. Like there was literally we at I went to like the Weekender, which was like this above and
Yes,
beyond like hosted like progressive house, progressive trance like festival, and even in like the campgrounds, like after the festival hours, like they were you would hear Escape play like every 20 minutes and every single like
Yeah.
it was so unavoidable. So when you say like it destroyed his career, like I would have
Well,
to
not
disagree.
destroyed,
Like
but it affected his fan base. It's exactly what we were talking about on the first podcast, on your first one, how electronica, there's a lot of people that I guess one of those people that feel like he didn't grow in the right way because he limited himself. Like he could have grown so much more and been more of like, if you're going to take on that role to network, then you network. But he is waited. If you look into it, look on his YouTube channel. He's doing exactly what similarly you want to do. He has vlogged for years now and edited and whatnot. But I stopped watching him a couple of years ago. Stopped even following his music a couple of years ago because the politics got ridiculous. Actually, Rufus Still Soul's another one right now. Their tickets are in like the 500s to just see a normal show in America because they don't want to be here. That's rude.
yeah,
It's rude to us.
I mean you never see like Calvin Harris at festivals here pretty much. Like
Well, okay, let me ask you something. Do you ever go to the like I guess they would be do you go to the raves mostly local there or do you travel to go to the raves?
um so here's the thing about like the local like rave scene right now. So
Mhm.
my go-to spot like for the majority of like my time since I started raving was at this like club in the inner southeast like neighborhood called 45 East, and it's like where it's kind of the go-to place, you know, if you want to see like some of the more established like DJs. You know, usually their proclivities lean towards like the house and dubstep bass, you know,
Gotcha.
and then they'll have a little bit of like big room trance and occasionally a drum and bass show, but primarily it's like very house and bass centric, you know, shows. I would say overall they do play a little bit of like, you know, melodic house and a little bit of like, you know, more like um, emotional kind of like house music too, you know. But like decidedly, it's like I think very house and bass centric, just like Insomniac. Festivals tend to be very house and bass centric overall, except for EDC, which is like their cosmopolitan, you know, one. But
You know Liquid Stranger?
I've heard of them, but I'm not as
Oh, you should
intimately.
look them up.
Yeah,
They've been at almost everything over the US at this point, and they are gonna over supersede Skrillex and Bass Nectar in all of them. Like
yeah,
it's
Liquid
very
Stranger has definitely been at
dub.
45 East multiple times. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
anyway, going back to 45 East, it's like I I've kind of turned the page. I think at least in the short term with them because like first and foremost, I have to get out of the way, you know, in full disclosure that I have the utmost love and admiration still for a lot of the staff at
Right.
45 East. I truly think that their hearts are in the right place. It's like they're doing the best they can. It's like, and they truly do embody like a deep love and investment in the plur and the rave community. Like that has to be, you know, I can't emphasize that enough. But
That's great.
what has been kind of bothering me about the direction of 45 East as of late is so I'll give like one very clear cut example. So 12th Planet continues to tour in spite of some really gruesome allegations regarding sexual assault, you know,
Oh no.
and a lot of venues like refuse to book him. But 45 East, it's like they made the initial decision to book him, but that wasn't the worst part, in my opinion. The worst part was how the social media manager with or representative with 45 East at the time chose to frame, you know, their decision to ultimately proceed with the booking, and it was very tone deaf. Like I was just repulsed
Oh
by
no.
how.
What in what way can you share that's not too graphic but straightforward for the
So I'm, I'm
listeners?
I'm obviously I'm obviously just paraphrasing, and I have to make that abundantly clear because I don't want to
Right.
like mischaracterize, you know, like blatantly. But the the very abbreviated version of it was like they were kind of specifying that the allegations, you know, the alleged incident happened across state lines in another state or so, and they were
To make
saying
it
like,
okay?
yeah, it was like because it happened, across state lines, it's like we feel that um, we could proceed, with like justifying this booking, and obviously that's not the whole end of it, but that's just kind of how many interpret it, including myself, and it was just like very, very
Like it's already done and we're not going to change it?
like saying that it was tone deaf would just be putting it mildly. It's just an absolute like
Brushed it off.
disgrace to like a lot of victims of sexual assault. Many of them
Right.
are they're everywhere in the community, and it's
Yep.
like I just felt like it was such a slap in the face, frankly, to their end, and I was just like, I don't know if if I could respect myself in the short term, like continuing to um, vote my dollars, toward a particular venue like this, if this is a sort of,
Is it sort of similar to the Chris
if this is
Brown
if
situation where they don't just care at all who's there?
yeah, it's like I don't want to like rush to conclusions, because I don't read minds, and so I don't really know, like, I don't even know the names of like who helms, like the venue per se, or how, or to what extent like Red Cube or others, are like, directly intertwined, with them. So that's why like it's kind of like
Gotcha.
I'm just saying, like, in the short term at least, but I don't say never necessarily. Like, if there's an opportunity where, because it's not all clear cut and dry. Like, there might be an instance where it's like the idealistic side of me, kind of wins out, and maybe it's like, oh, maybe I'll give him another chance or something. Like I have to acknowledge that that possibility is there. But for right now, I'm just kind of shell shocked. And there was another incident too regarding um, the like fair payment of like local DJs performing
Gotcha.
there too and everything, and that just kind of further solidified my distrust
Can
towards.
I ask a funny question? Because I only know Los Angeles's way or similar ways, Orange County versus LA, and also Louisiana. Normally, you have to have a head count to even guarantee a spot to DJ. And then in New Orleans, you pretty much pay a fee to be there unless you're a very big name. So in LA, Orange County itself, it's like if you can bring 20 heads in, then yeah, you can play. So I mean, how is it in Portland? Do you is it how does that work?
So I think it varies depending on the venue. I will say that with now in this particular instance, like I know that like we aspire to be very vulnerable, and I aspire to be very vulnerable on this show, but for the out of respect, because we don't know the whole extent, on their end, and I don't want to
Right.
mischaracterize things, or just be maliciously slanderous for the sake of, I'm not about that, but what I will say is based off of what a very close friend and person that I really look up to and I work with, has kind of spilled out, to me, like the impression that I get also, and also it's reinforced a little bit by their social media, like on New Year's, like they had this post on their social media page. 45 East had a New Year's Eve, retrospective post where they listed all of the headlining DJs that had performed there over the last year, and it was
Okay.
like, yeah, it's good. It's good, like to that you draw in all of this, like well established, like tried and true talent, but where's the where do you have a shout out for all the local DJs that have also, like
Oh,
to me they're just kind of short sighted, like it's like, look,
jeez.
I understand that the job of the the supportive acts, is not to, like they're the kind of, like set the groove and kind of set the tone, and kind of
Right.
prove to be a harbinger for what the main attraction is. I get that, but still, it's like it just kind of evinces this kind of lack of respect, to the kind of the foundation that kind of sets the momentum of the night, into place. It's like they're just as essential to kind of the
Yep.
essence of the club culture as the headliners are, in my opinion.
Those venues cannot afford to keep unless they are like, I don't know, I'm just no LA, so the Nokia Theater, okay? It's if it's like that, or like um in New Orleans, the Blue Nile, I mean, you're gonna that's a bar club, which as you can, I mean, is it, am I wrong? Are there big warehouses in Portland that do things, or is it more so bar, like big atmosphere ballroom style? Like how, where do you DJ in your area to, or is it have to be an outdoor venue and well manicured plan, or are there house parties? How do they do that?
So Portland has a notable lack of mid-capacity venues, and so it's
Gotcha.
decidedly like dive bars, and
Gotcha.
we have what are called renegades, which are basically like, you just kind of have a makeshift, kind of, pop-up tent, and then
Right.
you'll do it under like, maybe a like a freeway overpass, or you might do it
Holy
on
shit.
you might do it or you might do it in like, like a um abandoned barn somewhere maybe, or
Oh my
something like
God, I
that.
love this. Why haven't I moved there? Like God. Keep,
Yeah.
do share.
So
Do share.
so there's a lot about renegades. Like it's like a secret handshake society right now to me. So there's a lot
Holy
that I don't know.
shit. So it is still underground a little bit there? Or a lot?
Yeah, I would
Oh,
I would
really?
surmise that's a case based off of the fact that I'm still like not really plugged into
Struggling.
them.
Right.
But it's just one of those
What
things
about
where,
asking a real here question? You're saying that there are a lot of creative networks, but do you think there's not enough communities that are well established that are bringing the electronica and the fashion world together? Like, why aren't, okay, just like LA has these like random, okay, you know what I'm talking about, where they'll dress up in like an alien outfit and have like, they're literally performers with their bootbox together, just walking down the street as like an exhibitionist moment, playing their trance music or whatever. Like, is it kind of like that in Portland, or you more so have to be just social media saturated to find your groups of people because it's so underground?
yeah, it very much feels like a secret handshake society to me.
Wow,
Like, like,
that's how New Orleans is.
and in fairness, like, like that's kind of how like a lot of the underground, like rave community has kind of largely been, like since its
Yeah,
inception. So I'm not necessarily
these
complaining.
massive raves are the only reason that mainstream has access to it. Wouldn't you agree?
Right, exactly. It's like we're the lifeblood. It's like we put the
Moby,
oxygen into
Paul Oakenfold, Tiesto, Paul Van Dyke,
Carl Cox,
uh, Fat Boy Slim.
Judge Jules.
Thinking old, old. Let me go back. Okay, do you know digitalism? They might be more on your side. They're more open.
Yeah, and then obviously like, Kraftwerk, and like the Tangerine Dream, and
Crystal Method. Oh, Tangerine Dream. Oh my God, Crystal Method, Crystal Castles. Do you know them? Crystal Castles.
yeah.
Come on, they saturated. How about this? Mushroom Heads.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
They were early, early. They were next to Moby. Daft Punk, of course. Why did Daft? Okay, we have to stop. This is an ode to Daft Punk. Are you a fan of Daft Punk?
Yeah, I definitely am, even though like it's one of those things where like I discovered them like a little bit later on along the way,
Really?
or at least like there were a few songs that like I had heard of them, but I didn't know like
When
who
did
it
you
was
discover him?
until
What year? Be honest. No judgment.
it was a year when Random Access Memories was released.
Really? So you're way past homework?
Yeah, it was around the
Oh my
time that
God. You didn't know Around the World at the beginning?
no, I knew the song, but I didn't know like who
Yes.
who performed it or
Do you
produced it.
own that album?
Yeah, I own it, but
Oh,
like
you
yeah.
better listen to it again. Get yourself some creative inspiration. Why'd they kill themselves? They literally did. They're not around anymore. They put out movies, made it make sense, and they're in another planet. From what I understand, they're never coming back. Do you know that? Do you know about the whole? I have somebody who's very versed in the. Actually, we got to bring Mickey on. You ready? We have to. We need to have that conversation. Me, you, and her.
Yep, yep.
Because she and I have had some debates about this. Why did they kill themselves off? I would like your analogy. You can't tell me they got old. Don't tell me that. That's a bunch of bullshit.
I think they just got very like, like it's like they got very comfortable, I think. And when you get comfortable, it's like your creative, like processes kind of like wind down, I think.
It's a pretty good lesson to learn from them. I think they've played the we're on top of the world. It's like, okay, somebody gave me an analogy that Elvis, it's a good thing he died when he did, because he would have been an embarrassment when he was old. And then I thought of the Marilyn Monroe effect, and I was like, could that exist there too? Maybe. But then I don't think so, because what do we know about the greats? Even George Burns. Are you familiar with him as like a famous person, George Burns?
Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm familiar with.
Okay. Oh, you are a fan? High five.
Ah, high
High
five through
five.
the
Nobody
high
really
five through
gets
the
it. He
screen.
was like a whole essence. He was a whole essence. Paris Hilton was not my influence to social media. George Burns was. More so than anyone else. And I'll say, like, I don't know. There's just something to that essence. I don't know. And then if you think about, and I'm saying famous people in that sense, okay, because Madonna was not my influence. Who are these people that influence you? Like, I mean it. Hollywood, because it's got to go with your fashion and who you are. Who influences you?
Yeah. So, I mean, one of them was like a very like well respected, like celebrity, like Angelina Jolie was like one of my early
Oh,
inspirations actually, because
heck yeah.
the thing about Angelina Jolie is that like when you look back at like kind of like a lot of her kind of peak, um, kind of like promotional shots and so forth, like there was like this androgynous appeal like underpinning a lot
Yes.
of like what she did. She was like rocking these open neck shirts and smart tuxes at a handful of award shows and galas, and
Yes.
like they had this simplicity to them, but there was also like obvious little like quirks to them. Like she would keep you guessing with things like, for example, like untied bow ties, for example. And so
Powerful woman. That's what she exudes.
yeah, and so she was definitely like a key influence, I would say. Like just very subtle,
Hmm.
androgynistic. She wasn't like flashy in the same way like a Grace Jones would be, or like
Right.
um, but it's like I think that she was definitely a lot more, I think, experiential than people might give her credit for on the surface, at least. And then
Hmm.
Andrea Prajic was another big influence. Like their they started off as like more gender queer, and then eventually came out as a
Hmm.
woman. And I just really look up to her as like a gender bending catalyst on runways and so forth. And
Right.
same thing with this Danish model Freya Bia. She had this fearlessness and not hiding her gender neutrality nor sexuality when modeling for obvious pronounced brands in fashion. And
Beautiful.
I was kind of jealous of her, honestly. And like, I want to do this, like mastering the street style that she does like effortlessly. And
You should do an Instagram collection of you refreshing exactly what she did. I urge you to, because if that touches your soul, so what? Do it in the mirror and actually make it look low budget and make it look like you're respecting though. That would be powerful. If you're making an emphasis on the fact that it's not hers, it's you reflecting how she power empowered you to look in the mirror. That would be big. So if you have a bathroom
You know
mirror,
what?
do
We could
that.
do that when we're in Vegas.
Yes.
um, I obviously
Definitely.
I did mention Grace Jones already. Needless to
Yes.
say, like Grace Jones was so like influential, and just I was just enamored by the confidence that Grace exuded. And then also like um, and then there was this transsexual Brazilian model named Leah T, who I also really looked up to, and I feel like doesn't get referenced as much as she should, like that.
Right.
Because in Brazil, like there's still kind of very pronounced stigma, being transsexual there and everything.
Right.
So I felt like for her it was like especially kind of high stakes, and so yeah. And then and in a broader degree, I kind of want to touch upon like a larger looming inspiration for me, like for over the past decade, for about a decade now, actually, and which is that. So often it's like it's interesting. Like when I was in like high school and college, I always kind of had this like inherent like discomfort with the idea of like ethnocentrism and like a lot of the academic fields where everything was like white men, who are like fairly relatively rich and like highly educated, like
Right.
dominating, kind of reading curriculums and so forth. And so like from a very like relatively early age, like I was always kind of like, I wonder why this is like, I want to see what else is out there. Like, why don't we have more Maya Angelou's, and why don't we have more, like,
Yes.
um, um, you know, um, more sort of representation and diversity, reflected and, like, in
Could
sort of
I dare
academia.
to ask, were you
Yeah.
ever influenced by Erica Badu
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I really adore her too. Yeah.
and Lauren Hill?
Yeah. The thing about Lauren Hill is that like I kind of I feel like she kind of suffered a lot from the same things that I was trying to work my way around. Like she had
Right.
that, like had that well, regarded work with the Fugees, and then she branched on her own and did the Miseducation, of
And
Laurel.
she has refused to dress up. She is who she is.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever listened to that or watched that MTV Unplugged, performance, where
I probably have. I was a huge fan of that show.
yeah, and so it's so polarizing to many people now, even to this day, like, what they think about the MTV Unplugged Lauren Hill. But the thing is, like, she's like visibly like, kind of emotional and kind of like going through a sense of burnout, throughout the
Right.
performance. And she'll constantly, and and the interesting thing about this particular Unplugged is like typically with MTV Unplugs, like you get like well established like hits in an acoustic form, like songs people are already well familiar with. But with
Right.
Lauren Hill, on the other hand, like her performance was entirely unreleased songs, like to this day haven't been released in a
Oh my
studio form.
goodness.
And a lot of them are very lengthy, like about like 6 to 7 minutes long. And she'll like have pretty lengthy like introductions where she kind of talks about, like,
Oh, that's huge.
and one of the recurring like things that she says throughout MTV Unplugged is like, this isn't reality, or what I did isn't reality. It's like, this is reality. And so she's almost kind of disavowing kind of like what she did with like this education of Lauren Hill, or what she did with the Fugees. And I think that's why like
Right.
her MTV Unplugged gets such a love hate, reaction, because it's like many are kind of like, it's like, shut up and just play the songs, or play the hits or whatever. And then other people are praising her because it's like, wow, it's like, I love seeing this vulnerable like um, expression on her behalf. And so you kind of get both, there's no like real like consensus, it's all hot and cold. And so, but it's very
Can I
interesting.
please share something that's going to make your brain totally wake up? You ready for this?
Spill it.
Here we go. Drum roll, please, listeners. What about Mariah Carey? Mariah Carey has went full fucking circle. From burnt out to from burnt out, being biracial, having people overmix her stuff, having a real voice, fighting for respect, having mental illness, in a world of pop in your perfection, having wide hips before it was a main thing, being a woman who was open to many things and also extra religious, let's throw that in. She's put herself, she became part of social media and then disappeared. And her husband took the glory, if you remember that, and the children for a while, which was sad. And that's another example of like a whole burnt out musicians, creators can happen. Aren't you glad we know that she's normal and human? Even I was thinking about Gloria Stefan. Remember she got in the car accident?
Yeah.
And how fucking beautifully talented she was back in the 90s. Like, okay, Fiona Apple, I encourage you guys to go follow her on Instagram. I have said something recently about her, but she is very political, let me be honest. But she's also passionate. She could be crying about what's happening in the world and just doing a one time Instagram piano ballad. That's what we want these days. Not to be close to the artist, wouldn't you say, but to see real talent exuded in the
Right.
moment.
Like like what you're saying about,
Hmm.
Mariah Carey, it's like
Right.
she's one of those like performers that like I'm not as intimately like knowledgeable about the music itself,
Me
like
neither.
her catalog per se, but
Right.
I also like it's very palpable and very undeniable that she exudes boss bitch energy like to the fullest, and I just
Yep.
admire and love her for that. And
All
the
you
thing is
need to
like,
know is what she asked in the green room,
and
and then you know what the hell was going
I'll
on.
be really honest with you, like I was really fearful for a long while that she was gonna wind up going down the same dark fate as Whitney Houston for a long
Oh my
while.
God,
I was
that's a
really
good.
scared that
What a good point.
I was really
I'm
scared that she
still
was gonna
devastated about
I
Whitney
was really scared
Houston.
when she was, like, going through that rough patch in, like, the
The
mid-2010s,
butterfly
for
after the
example.
butterfly album. You're right.
I thought she was going through very similar issues like Whitney Houston was between, like, substance abuse and then, like, her being controlled, in her
Right.
relationship and, like, blackmail and so forth. Like, I thought
Hmm.
she was kinda spiraling down a similarly dark path, and I'm so relieved that, she's been resilient in
She
the face.
just released a new album. Do you know? It's called It's a Wrap. You need to look up this. I mean, not album, track. Go look it up. It's so powerful. And every DJ is remixing it. So if you don't play with that one, you're out the loop, lady.
Yeah,
It's
no, I'm familiar
seriously
with that.
good. And also, let me just say this. Are you at least a little versed with rap music or no?
Yeah, I love
Oh,
I
oh.
a lot of
Do
my
you
favorite.
know Lil Wayne just did a remix with DMX and it is so powerful. My God, as a content creator, I'm gonna
Yeah,
layer one of our little hellos here to one
I
of the. You
remember.
need to hear this. Have you heard it?
Yeah, it's like Lil Wayne was like those like, rappers that, like, was, like, unescapable for, like, a long time, and then he just sort of, like, for a while, he just kind of, like, went quiet for a while, and but I'm glad that he's still,
This
like, recording and everything.
this track's called Not with a K. It's KNAT. I think a not or N. I'm sorry, KAT. Not. It looks like cat, but he's
I
playing off of it.
I
Nat no one, meaning
Yeah.
like not no one,
Yeah,
and
I'm beyond relieved that, like, we still have Lil
so
Wayne today.
beautiful.
I was really worried that he was gonna die
He's
for.
actually still what I hear still suffering with a drug addiction, but on a different level.
Yeah,
Like he's acclaimed, it's kind of like how people are with fentanyl. He is with the syrup. Now
I
he's having to do it to
Yeah,
survive.
I assumed, like, 7, 8 years ago, like, he was gonna tragically pass away from the purple drink or
Yep,
something.
fall asleep and not wake up. That's
Yeah,
what I worry about a lot of people who are out there doing coke and you don't know how inspiring your podcast was with people. Do you know how many people have told me privately in confidence that they have taken your advice and are looking into getting fentanyl strips to have on their own? Do you understand that? That's
yeah,
something you should be very proud of. And this community listening really appreciates that, making them make themselves aware that hey, if they choose to try things, even how it was it the ketamine um bar you were talking about, or ketamine physician influence. I don't know how you explained it. That's another moment of like just logical conversation here that the listeners really appreciate. So everything you have shared in the last episode has been medicine and food for thought for a lot of people. I just want you to know that.
yeah. So I'm really grateful that, like, I could be
Yes,
like a lodestar of, like,
you're
inspiration
a
to some of you.
catalyst in a lot
So,
of ways, hon.
like, a reservoir of comfort and reassurance, so I'm so grateful
Right.
for all of you out there listening, so hugs.
Big
But yeah,
hugs.
so, like, and it's like I'll be forthright again. It's like I myself, have like sometimes gone a little too carried away. I was like that during EDC in 2019, for example, and I
Mhm.
actually like had an overnight um like health checkup and everything. And
Right.
so the thing is like we all make mistakes. Like we're all like, regardless of our core competency or like like how sanguine or experienced we are, it's like you know we're all going to make mistakes, and there's no shame
Right.
in that. The issue is just making sure you don't repeat the exact same ones, is a thing.
Right.
And so
Don't set yourself up for failure if there's ways to not.
and that's why I think it's we need to reframe, like the idea of, the accessibility of Narcan and fentanyl testing strips not as a criminal justice or law and order issue, but as a public health one. Because it's like, I remember like as recently as like 2 years ago, it's like the idea of even bringing up like the idea of having fentanyl testing strips accessible, at the front door, like at least, you have volunteers, passing around in a venue. It's like people would scoff at that and say like, "Oh, you're just trying to glamorize, coke use or ketamine use or whatever." But no, it's like
Right.
I think now it's like there's been this 180-degree seismic shift where people are finally understanding the pragma behind the sensible like public health approach, where we
Right.
like Greg Abbott of all people, like he's the governor of Texas, and he's very much a very status quo oriented, like law and order kind of guy. It's like even he has, had this change of heart and is now, like reevaluating his like previous hard stance on, that is calling for the decriminalization of Narcan and fentanyl testing strips. So I'm
But
so
do you agree, though? I must ask. Do you agree that the Narcan being um almost normalized in a sense for a lot of people to use it so much that it's like they're just going to be okay? Because I'm sorry to share this. It's probably more sensitive subject to a lot of listeners, but an ex of mine had contacted me recently, who I think I mentioned to you on our last interview, had been a heroin user, and now he is a full-on heroin user and a fentanyl user now, and he is not able to get high anymore. So life is what it is, and it takes 6 Narcans to get him back each time, the 5 times he's overdosed. So that doesn't make it okay, but yet it's what we got, right? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? I hate to ask, so I know you're not in any way a professional, but just from maybe people around you in your life, do you think it normalizes the behavior, or do you think it gives really a reality check to everything, in your opinion?
Well, it's like you have to acknowledge that it's like a multi-step like process. It's like I think that it's imperative
Right.
that like we make Narcon more readily accessible, but that's just like
Right.
part of it. Like the part of the broader, point that needs to be made is that you have to be knowledgeable about how to administer Narcon and know that it's
Yes.
intended for very specific like context, like and you have
Right.
it's not something that you just take lightly. You have to, you have to go to like a harm reduction circle. You have to be
Yes.
educated, through, harm reduction training or like, maybe with, something like, a local like public health official like seminar or something like that. Like
Right.
you have to be knowledgeable about how you use it, because if you use it even somewhat incorrectly, it like will not achieve its intended purpose. And so
Mm-hmm.
you have to approach it with care, just like you would, like if you were working in any sort of like as a first responder or something, as
Right.
you're expected to administer other kinds of medicine and everything. Like you
Good
have to approach it
point.
with the same sort of caution and care.
I really appreciate that. That's such a thought-provoking way of saying, like, yes, they're here for you, but don't be ignorant as fuck, man.
Yeah,
Like,
I think some
right.
people kind of take the term or phrase harm reduction a little lightly. It's like they
Oh
assume
my
like,
God, well
okay,
said.
well, as long as I just like take a reasonable dose and I like I just like have this supply on hand, I'll be okay. It's like no,
That's
it's
that's
a broader.
exactly. Oh my
There's more
God,
to it than
well
that.
said.
There's a deeper philosophy that's grounded in like again, like I can't emphasize
God, well
enough the
said.
importance of supplementation, which hardly
Right.
anyone still talks about to this
I'm
day.
gonna
Like
relink the podcast below because she spoke so highly on that, and I agree with it completely.
so for those of you who missed, part one, it's like what I mean by supplementation is that like when you do all kinds of repetitive, intense movement for at least an hour, if not multiple hours on end, sometimes, for over the course of an entire weekend, it's like it stands to reason that you're going to be leaching your body of these like essential electrolytes and nutrients and coenzymes that are essential to maintenance and, of your somatic core and so forth. So, like, you have to have antioxidants to battle the free radicals that scavenge like your body and everything. You gotta just restore your amino acids to ensure cellular growth and rehabilitation, and you gotta have like all of your essential vitamins intact to assist with collagen, tissue, and with neurological health maintenance, and yet with your cardiovascular health and so forth. Like that's something that doesn't get talked about even still, even in the realm of harm reduction circles. And I just can't emphasize enough just how that needs to be normalized more. And so I'm
Right.
always educating people about kind of a little laundry list of some of the basic kind of supplements I take before I indulge in any particular, show or festival. And it's like they have brands like Rave Doctor, for example, which, like they'll be like all in one because, I understand how it could be kind of an inconvenience both in terms of cost as well as, um, in terms of indigestion when you take too many like capsules at
Mm-hmm.
once. You know that feeling, where it just kind of
There's
inconvenient.
things you can do though, even down to putting in the refrigerator. Your body will digest it better. It's weird.
Yeah, precisely. Or you could like chase it down with not just like a glass of water, but like,
A fat
pomegranate juice or
soluble
something.
item that is a carrier then. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so like, I tell people like, hey, it's like supplementation is very important. And not just that, but like I'd say like you have to consider like, the kind of diet, that you have, like leading into like a particular festival or during the middle of a festival too. Like my go-to, like for example, is pho ramen broth because it has like a lot of essential like antioxidant rich like spices like ginger, for example, that also helps with like digestion properly because there's a direct link, by the way, with like the gut biome and neurological health. Like they kind of go
Yep.
hand in hand. It guy gets taken for granted often.
Oh yeah.
And I can't stress enough how like you know when you're honoring the synergy between the two, it's like you're gonna be having your maximal like pleasurable experience, with any particular show or festival. So I
Like,
was
can I make a
emphasizing.
suggestion? It's quite easy and cheap, guys. Go get sweet potatoes instead of regular potatoes. And the week prior, you'll have more beta carotene, more potassium, more magnesium. You won't injure as easily if you're not a person who can dance for 6 to 7 to what, sometimes 3 days. Right. So, and like, and then water is necessary. So, if you are somebody who is maybe able to become anemic easily or other things like that, like your iron and everything else, celery is something that's really good because it has a lot of salt. Or you can go with kale that's high in magnesium, potassium, beta. I like, see, I'm a vegetarian and I know all this. And, learning things like, what was it? Sunflower lettuce. I never say it right. That is the most powerful thing you can take to keep your brain moving. It actually is an antidepressant naturally. So there's lots of things you can do to actually help yourself so that like emotionally you're not injuring yourself physically either.
Yeah, I agree with the sunflower one. I also
It's
highly
huge.
emphasize alpha lipoic acid because like that's like
Oh, it's
essential for uh,
actually, there's
cellular like
another one that
reproduction.
I really believe in and bodybuilders use it. It's called uh shoot, it just left me. Sorry, hold on. Colostrum. If you take colostrum pills, they're like antibiotic. Garlic pills are good for antibiotic in that way. Moringa's good, but I wouldn't take it more than 2 weeks at a time and give yourself breaks. But that stuff's all really, really powerful. They're basically superfoods. If you munch on
Yeah,
goji
I take
berries,
moringa. Yeah.
I love moringa, but I have to be careful because my stomach stops like letting me take it. Ginger and turmeric with black pepper is another really good one for anti-inflammatory. There's
I'd also say,
there's so
and
good.
this also you have to take.
Nuts.
You also have to
Eat
take this
nuts.
sparingly, just like with
Right.
moringa.
Yes.
But after like a major like festival, I would take black charcoal for like several days, and then
Really, if you've taken substances or why?
well, I think it does, make sense for like substances, but I say in
Right.
general, like, like black charcoal, if as long as you take it, you don't take it for like more than 5 consecutive days, like, it's like
Okay.
it's very good for natural detoxing, as well.
Right. And not eating bleached foods are a really smart idea for and actually staying away from peanuts because they're anti-inflammatory. I mean, they're inflammatory, not anti. And like shade plants, so the sweet potatoes are a superfood, but even tomatoes are dangerous if you have inflammation. And like just dancing, moving, standing can put a hard amount of inflammation into your body. And then if you're standing under um open air, you're usually going to get dehydrated. So like there are so many elements to your body just taking the atmosphere. She's
Yeah,
not wrong.
I remember when it was so trendy, like where everyone was talking about alkaline water, and they were saying gospel, like, oh yeah,
Reverse osmosis is better.
yeah, but yeah, so the gospel for a while was that like if you take alkaline water, you'll never get cancer because like alkaline like keeps like cancer cells from.
Right.
But the flip side of that obviously is that your gut needs to have some sort of acidity in order to function properly, and so like if you're just like
Right.
constantly like alkalining your it's like they could like essentially malfunction over time, and so
Hmm.
you got to go with you got to go with reverse osmosis, or you got to go with a more neutral water like a
Or
Fiji or
spring
something like that.
water. Hmm. No, I'm also somebody that believes that too much of anything is not good. So even like the ideas of eating super amounts of food, like super amounts of vegetables or whatever else, can be utterly it's bad. It's been proven it's bad. Creates all kinds of GI issues. At the time, people were selling books and doing conferences. That's what happened. Now what's happening is the diet pill area. It really isn't that. I mean, I'm not trying to make a joke or anything, but wouldn't you agree that cocaine and also meth are some of those drugs that people have used to lose weight these days, which is just strangely real.
Yeah, you often see this like correlation, like a lot of like pop culture, for example, between the use of those substances and like supermodel culture, I like like for
And
example
it could
Kate
be
Moss,
Adderall. It doesn't have to be meth.
like
Yeah.
Kate Moss, like she like popularized the heroin chic trend of
Right.
the 90s, and it's like everyone kind of has mixed feelings about it looking in retrospect, because on one hand like there was something very kind of like you can't help but kind of look and kind of awe at some of the photos, in a certain sense, but at the same time you almost like kind of cringe, like doing so simultaneously, because it was
Right.
obviously they were obviously very malnourished, and they were very like controlled, and kind of
Right.
you were doing, and so it's like it was one of those things where it was iconic, but for all the wrong reasons, like, pretty
You
much.
make a good point. Like I was just thinking, like I said, I just recently found out more stories about the Elvis thing, and I didn't know how much he had been controlled with substances. As we know, that's a big thing in Hollywood itself, but it also affects how a person. Okay, let's think about this. Let's really think about this. The culture, and I'm more basing it on men, but you can probably share some ideas you have, like the Amy. Is it Palmer? What's her name? That one who's is her name Amy Palmer? Do you know what I'm talking about? The punk star who's shaved her hair, shaved her eyebrows off. Are you familiar with this artist?
Yeah, not too sure.
Oh, darn. Okay. Well, she was somebody that went before even what's that other freaking big star? Who's the one who got in a fight with Kanye West? The Taylor. What's her name? Not Taylor. This woman is a prime example of like drugs were a very big thing, but yet she still didn't need she was doing it on her own and went completely solo. All right. But then if you look into the behaviors of what Elvis and all the other stuff happened, how they were keeping him going, the same thing happened with Michael Jackson. Like that became trendy as a fashion statement, as a creative statement, as the way that you became successful is to be a puppet. And now what's really coming around is like if you can self promote and be honest and genuine, your fan base will be there. It's a totally different world. We're not commercials aren't in McDonald's commercials and you know what I'm saying car commercials aren't telling us who to listen to anymore.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like startling bombshell revelations that, I mean, they're not
Mm-hmm.
entirely brand new. They've been surfacing for a little while, but like
Mm-hmm.
surrounding like 2000s boy band culture, for example, like 1990s,
Absolutely.
2000s. They,
They were
like,
all the same people producing this music. It was literally like the same. It's monopoly when it
and
comes to
not
creativity.
just producing, managing as well. Like,
Yes,
like you would
down to
assume
what
that
they
they would have different
dressed, how
managers.
they sounded, when they released their albums, when he was managing all of them. Oh, so many things.
Yeah, like there was like this like documentary surrounding like the Backstreet Boys, and like, you
Yep.
know, like an instance of like, you know, like their manager at the time, it's like literally like, you know, they would have like a sleepover, like, and the manager would be there, and then like he would wake up in the morning and nothing but a bathrobe, and then like um
Yes.
and then the it's like he would say like sexually provocative things, you know, to,
Right.
and then obviously it's like you see also like some allegations spilling out regarding like Nick Carter and like rape allegations, you
I've
know.
watched him for months before he passed away. I was in live streams. He saw my name. He shouted it out. That says a lot. The man went down to the itty bitty person he was. Drugs were what it is. I'm not saying it was okay. I'm saying this man had pain. And if anybody wants to deny that, they're wrong. They're wrong on so many levels. Like the, it's exactly the same crumbling effect that you mentioned, Whitney Houston. The pressure really wasn't the problem. It's the hype dissipated, and how do you recreate that 50,000 times? Like, have you seen how many plastic surgeries Gwen Stefani has had? It's scary, and so is Madonna. I can't with it. It's terrifying to me. No offense, no judgment, but like, what is that? We're gonna recreate her face? No.
Yeah, like
Oh,
the thing is like, you know, like, because like on one hand, like I'm kind of like trying to kind of embrace my youth after kind of like
I
having
get
a lot
that.
lost years, you know. It's like there is a kind of a
Right.
sense of urgency, you know, where I want to kind of, you know, like be have my place, you know, kind of have my place, you know, being recognized, you know, in like a
Of
more
course.
youth driven world and so forth. But at the same time, like for me personally, like I don't judge anyone who gets like Botox or like anything like that. But for me, it's just like I kind of look at like how it looks, you know, like visually, and it's just kind of like it kind of runs at odds with kind of like how I want to kind of maintain a youthful complexion. So for me, it's like what more of what I'm doing is I'm trying to find like more or less like a rough vegan equivalent of like collagen, you know, or something like that, and just like
Right.
foods that kind of like are rich in sort of like
Mm-hmm.
marine, like algae based collagen or something like
Oh,
that,
so
you know.
that's healthy for your whole body.
And then like there's this like product like called what's it called, like I put up on my favorites on like eBay,
And
but
I
it's like
want to say, you mentioned earlier that Angelina Jolie is a somebody you're influenced to. I can see that now. Why it's so beautiful the way you do your photos, how you represent yourself as a woman. It's beautiful. Absolutely makes sense that you're healthy about it too, because you're honoring yourself.
yeah, so it's like I obviously am very like kind of I think about my image a lot, and I think a lot about, you know, kind of I'm very self-objectifying. Like I do acknowledge that, you know, for better and for worse. But like at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, it's kind of like I've like another example of someone I've seen get a lot of Botox injections. I'm just kind of like, I don't really know if that's the road I want to go down. Is like Johnny Resnick of the Goo Goo Dolls. You know, have you seen him like in
I
more recent
haven't.
years?
Is it bad?
I don't like to say qualifying terms
Well, I
like
shouldn't
good
say
and
those
bad.
words. Is it different?
But I mean, it just looks kind of like, you know, like it doesn't really look all as useful to me as like I think that was like intended or something. You know, it just kind of looks more
Mm-hmm.
like Jim Henson like puppetry, you know, kind of, or
Oh
like
no.
or like if you're doing like uh a live action Dr. Seuss thing, and like you have like a lot of like
That's
extensive
terrifying the way you're
makeup, you know,
describing
going,
it. Oh,
you know,
geez.
it just doesn't look like how I would intend, you know, to like if I wanted to
It's
maintain a
extreme.
useful countenance, you know, and so forth. So it's
Right.
like, you know, to live and let live, like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. But for me, it's just
Hmm.
like even if I could afford, stuff like that, readily, it just kind of
Right.
like, I don't know. I think I'd just be better served, like taking, things like, have you heard of phytoceramides, which are like the essential nutrients that you get from like apples and, other sorts
No.
of, but you get them usually from apples, sweet potatoes, like
Okay.
um you get them from like wheat germ as well, and also
Hmm.
like some algae like konjac,
Hmm.
but they have what's called phytoceramides, which are like, like they help with like skin elasticity and
Yes.
hydration and so forth, which I feel like that actually would serve the purpose of like maintaining a useful countenance more than like these injections, or like,
Oh, yeah.
or what else, like pastes or things like that, so I
You're
don't know.
right. At a certain level of an age, your electricity and your health overall, if you're not working about the whole machine, you're just basically stuffing the teddy bear. If you
Right.
think about it, well put.
So I don't like to get too like moralistic, like finger wagging over, things
No, 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 no. But
like
it's a
Botox
personal
and stuff
choice
like that.
and
But
you're
it's just like,
logical about
but just
it.
like for me personally, like I just feel like I would look less I would look less useful, like if I was like
Good
injecting it.
point.
Like it would look more like I I I want to take at least some, sense of pride in terms of like,
Hmm.
where I'm still relatively recognizable, and I don't feel
Hmm.
like I could achieve that with, too much of this like lubrication, so to speak. And
Well said. Yes.
but anyway,
It's
going
temporary when you think of it, ultimately.
but rewinding a bit, like back to
Yes.
the boy bands of like the late 90s, early
Absolutely.
2000s, like you might have heard about little Lou Pearlman, like he
Mm.
was, and the interesting thing about him is like before he became like entrenched in like, management, with like various like
Yes.
boy bands, like of all things, like he was this like really outlandish like entrepreneur who was actually like he leased blimps of all things, and then like he brokered this like kind of backhanded deal where he he worked with like a luxury fashion label called Jordache, I think was the name of it.
Okay.
And then like he kind of used it to kind of like build a certain sense of like social capital. And then like
Gotcha.
he actually his very first like pilot project, with blimp, like crashed his very first flight. So that's what how inept, like he was. But nonetheless,
Wow.
like he still was able to like maintain like some clout, and he
Right.
eventually became like a millionaire. And then he, put a call out to form a pop group and everything. And then they all auditioned for Perlman. And one of the very first ones that did so was the Backstreet Boys, as we know them now. And
Yes.
they were named actually, do you know where they got the name inspiration? They actually
Where?
it was actually from a flea market called the Backstreet Flea Market in Orlando.
Wow.
So anyway, he was a Ponzi schemer, like he and and what's the most shocking thing was he got away with it for such a long, long time, like he he likely like, got into scandals with like, like mismanagement of like careers, but also like, sexually provocative things, like when he was like
Right.
sleeping over with, like people who were young teens at the time, like including
And
naked
wasn't he
wrestling.
holding money back from them?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
And
going to bring up that artist I mentioned because you need to learn about her. And so do the listeners because it's a real thing, what I'm about to share. But go ahead. So sorry.
yeah, so he got away with it for like such a long, long time. And he actually he passed away in 2016. It was from like an infection, like
Oh,
from heart surgery or something, and
okay.
so but anyway, it's like yeah, it's just like it's just so like prevalent, and I feel like now it's like it's very refreshing that we see a lot more, I think, candor and a lot of sense of storytelling, with advent of social media, like I know a
Right.
lot of people like often talk about the dark side, and it's very much a thing, like we do have to consider both ends of it. But for me, it's like I see a lot of good in that. Like for to an unprecedented degree, it's like people could exchange in storytelling, and it instills a
Right.
relational empathy in turn. Like we wouldn't have, I think, quite the degree of like a groundswell of momentum and things like Black Lives Matter or like Me Too, for example, if it wasn't for social media's hand in it. So
100%. And I would say, even if you really want to go back, if you want to look at the old rap music that existed in the early 90s, going as far as like Beastie Boys and below, like the generation that started all that, they were rapping about community experiences, the hard facts. Then there was censorship because of, remember the parents that came in after the Nirvana. We were talking about that. I think it was Nirvana, or was it, who was it that started it? I know Frank Zappa had something to do with the music labels. Do you remember that?
I'm not particularly knowledgeable about like that side of Frank Zappa. I was more
Oh my
into
God.
like
He's
the
politically the reason that things were done the way they were. And we had parental advisories. Like he's part of that.
oh, fascinating.
Right. Hold on. I lost it. Okay.
I
Uh,
wouldn't I wouldn't have pictured Frank Zappa
yep.
being like a Tipper Gore
Huge.
kind of.
They actually brought it. Okay. So here, I'm just going to show you this. Hold on. Let me pull up something about Frank Zappa. My camera might be freaking out. So if it is, bear with me, guys. Hold on a second. Um, Hold on. Because it really has a lot to do with that creative expression I was talking about. Here we go. Music industry. I dated a guy a long time ago who like force fed me that shit. And I was really happy. Later, let's see, history and label. They basically brought him to court and were like, "Your music is making us make bad decisions." And he was like, "What are you talking about?" In 1987, I'm pretty sure that's when it was. Hold on. And he felt like, here we go. Let me
Uh,
bring this up.
I
Pretty
just
interesting.
like I just pulled up Snopes, for reference too.
Right.
So it says, so the claim
Yeah,
is,
please.
he said, the biggest threat to America today is not communism. It's moving America toward a fascist theocracy, and everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right down that pipe. And so
Right.
according to Snopes, it's a correct attribution. They say he was known for his outspoken and unconventional takes on politics. In addition to being a popular musician in the 1980s, he often
Mm-hmm.
opposed then U.S. President Ronald Reagan's politics, and particularly on display when he testified against censorship at the Parents Music Resource
There you
Center's
go.
hearings. The hearings convened, and I just mentioned Tipper Gore, and
Yeah, it's true. You're
but
right.
but one particular quote attributed to him caught the internet's attention. Numerous posts claim Zappa said in 1986, "The biggest threat to America today is not communism; is moving America towards a fascist theocracy." Zappa did indeed say this in 1986 during an appearance on the CNN show Crossfire. He debated censorship with conservative commentators Robert Novak and Ron Lofton. His full
Yep.
comments are as follows. The biggest threat to America today is not communism, it's moving America towards a fascist theocracy, and everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right down that pipe. When you have a government that prefers a certain moral code derived from a certain religion, and that moral code
Yep.
turns into legislation to suit one certain religious point of view, and if that code happens to be very, very right wing, almost towards Attila the Hun, and they have the
Mm-hmm.
video accredited at the bottom of the page, or the middle of the page rather,
Right.
and yeah, they also have the full interview saved in the Internet Archive.
It's a
So,
beautiful interview if you guys want to at least take in the way the times were. My only point to that is that, of course, we know the 70s and the 80s, even down to Jimi Hendrix, if we want to go as that far back, or Janis Joplin, that were attacked for being who they are, or even the Doors, or the list goes on and on and on. Even let's go to straight, uh, what's his name? James Taylor was, so remember his story, what involving Joni Mitchell? Do you know about all that? That a
um,
lot of the music became the way it did in the folk industry is because they worked hand in hand. We all were
yeah,
tasting everybody's same thing, that In Sync, Backstreet Boys, and all of the above. got this representation that a lot of times it was management that created it. Our points, I know you're trying to make it too as well as I am, is that music today is really independent if you allow it to be. Otherwise, you can be the sheep and follow the herd. But mostly, like you were saying, that even in your area, unfortunately, the underground people aren't getting the respect unless you are mainstream. You're still in that kind of bubble box. I mean, social media is what you have to utilize now, really, to self promote to get that. And even TikTok is a beautiful place where people are being, I don't know if you know, but Sirius XM plays a whole station related to people on TikTok. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of
Huge.
it makes like practical commercial sense, even because like when you're
Yep.
looking at like what's influencing a lot of the general trajectory of the charts right now, it's like
Right.
a lot of like music released within the past year. It's like sales are down on that front, and also
Hmm.
like older like albums that are over like 10 years older, they've also like slowed down as well. But you see
Yep.
like catalog sales from like the past 5 years or 6 years, like they're actually like holding their own in comparison. And so you're seeing a lot of like songs like, for example, Bloody Mary by Lady Gaga, suddenly
Yep.
becoming wide releases. You see Die For You just went number one on pop radio, that weekend song that's like 6 years old.
Right.
And then you had Sia's Unstoppable, which was like an which hadn't been a single like until last year, but because of like word of mouth and that both by commercials and TikTok, it became
Right.
like a full fledged wide release, and then it ended
Hmm.
up going number one on the Hot Adult Contemporary
Now,
charts.
that reach wouldn't have been hitting people, of course, 20 years ago because a lot of these countries and places didn't have a TikTok, didn't have a phone. So that's part of it is people are being reintroduced to it. I find the beauty in being the tagging that I've been doing on my post for the podcast has brought more listeners in to the podcast than any other time because I'm bringing them back to the music. They just happen to be searching or just happen to find a feed that was suggested. So, it helps us to like establish, like you said, the playlist is one thing, but once again coming to your own and like recognizing your influences, that's going to happen naturally by you filling up that playlist. um like eventually when you're mixing your sets, I mean, how much, okay, when you've ever done a set, like when you've played with songs, what's the most amount that you've set up, or what do you think is standard? Because I'm not really a DJ, I wouldn't know that answer, like for each set.
The standard is to go with 3 to 4 times like the amount of songs you actually expect to play like during a set. So for example, like if you are averaging like about a minute and a half to 2 minutes per
Right.
track and you're doing an hour set, it's like you could be expected to have somewhere between 30 to 40 tracks, in your,
Yeah.
so by that logic, it's like you should probably expect to have somewhere between 120 and 160 songs on standby, because the
Yep.
reason why is because sometimes you're going to have scenarios where people aren't feeling a particular track and you have to kind of improv on the spot, to get them back into the groove and get them dancing
Right.
again. Other times you might have an instance where, the DJ that's like expected to follow you, in the lineup, didn't make it, and so it's like they ask you to just do an extended set or something,
Right.
or maybe it's like you get fortunate enough to do an encore performance or whatever. But either way, it's like you want to be prepared, to expect the unexpected, and so I would say go with just 3 or 4 times the amount of tracks that you expect to play,
Right.
put them in a crate, so to speak,
Hmm.
and because another thing is like, and I'm kind of learning this right now, like it's still a process, but like there's this notion of sister songs I touched upon early in our conversation. The idea of like,
Right.
you're gonna have songs that, essentially like, and the interesting thing about sister songs was I was never they never bring this up in like online tutorials ever. Like I subscribe to the Crossfader, like
Hmm.
there's a site in the UK called Crossfader, which is like DJ education focus, and they have
Well,
like
that's awesome.
and but they don't talk about sister songs in there. They also don't talk about it in Phil Harris's. He's another like DJ like instructor. He doesn't talk about that in his course, and so I was kind of taken aback and flabbergasted as to why like I never heard about this until say Lynn
Right.
brought up to me, and obviously just one of of several methods of mixing, tracks obviously, but it makes sense from a sense of like, it's like if you approach tracks with too much of a building block or mechanical sort of, like mindset or something, like it could get kind of messy real fast, like, but looking at more of their sister songs, that kind of helps you kind of assess songs, that feel more intuitive, like in
Right.
terms of like, do they make you like sway, in the moment? Do they make you, kind of nod your head back and forth and want to pirouette? It's like, do they, kind of in, elicit some sort of visual imagery in your head that, kind of brings a sense of solace or escape or something like that? It's like all these things, are like kind of what I think kind of hit
Right.
a sister song, and so
Hmm.
kind of looking at that way, it's a process still. I don't claim to have like my my wits about it entirely, and kind of
Yes.
but it's something that I'm currently kind of experimenting with, both through performance mode on my record box software as well as on my controller, and
Right.
but that's just one method of mixing too. Like there's other ways in which I'm gonna kind of assimilate with say Lynn's in like the weeks ahead too, because it's like, it's really hard. It's really challenging to kind of, because I'm obviously not a sage about any of this. Like I'm just like literally like still working around the trappings of
Right.
overthinking and perfectionism in real time, and it's just like I literally had like an impasse, like late last week and through the weekend, where I was really stumped, and suddenly I was kind of like, oh, I had, because it's like in the middle of last week I felt like I was really like getting the hang of it, and then all of a sudden like 2 days later I was like feeling quite the opposite. Like I was like, wait a minute, it's like I I put these two tracks together before and I thought they were sister songs, but now that I'm playing them again, it's like suddenly I have my doubts about it, and I was
The
just kind of
mood, you're over analyzing the painting. That's when it's like stop the brushstrokes. That's what you got to do to yourself.
right.
And look at it another tool. Yeah.
Right. And so that's like that's sort of a trapping that like you kind of have to always welter around, when you're, in a craft like this. Like there's always a lot of these, like, you think you have it all together, and then suddenly it's like you crash and burn, and then it's like you're kind of like recalibrating, and then you go back into the field and you try again, and it's like it's a lot of like two steps forward, one step back, one step
Have
forward, two steps
you
back, three steps forward, two steps back, and
have you ever thought about maybe networking with another actual DJ that might want to be like your own side gig band? Like maybe the DJ that you work with like start a separate little thing together so you guys can work on more of the live performance side of it too. And then if you went solo, then you went solo.
yeah, I mean, I'm not, I don't currently have much of a knowledge about like other like one of the one of the main struggles I have observed in my struggles, like kind of even finding, kind of mentorship over the past like
Right.
2 to 2.5 years, since the early stages of the pandemic, is that like a lot of DJs are like territorial, and
Mm.
I mean this
Mhm.
kind of lovingly. I don't mean this, in terms of like it just being me being objective. Like I think that because like there is a lack of like mid capacity venues in Portland, and there's also like,
That makes sense.
um I think that like there's this kind of inherent kind of territorial kind of posturing that kind of happens, when it's like you're fearful like that you're building something special and you don't want it to, elude you, like people are kind of like reluctant, to kind of
Mhm.
divulge too many of like what they've learned, to someone else, out of the fear that they're going to be replaced, kind of like Toy
I get
Story,
that.
where he had, Woody fearing that he would be replaced, by Buzz Lightyear or something,
So well said. No,
So I
I
think
get
that
it.
there's this inherent like kind of like defensiveness that sometimes happens, or it's like a very latent kind of like trust, kind of issue that
Mhm.
kind of arises where
You're going to succeed in Vegas. I just know it. Come summer 2024, she's moving down there. And
yeah, right.
and I am thinking that between now and then is a whole year, basically. Spring, let's just say it's summer. Okay, scratch it. You're listening in the summer, guys. A whole year from now, you know, your perspective on your self-reliance will have been a lot stronger than as of right now. As you know, you can reflect on that. Like ultimately learning that Oregon is not the place, unfortunately, to be an unestablished DJ.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
the thing about like Portland's like nightlife culture is that like we definitely have more options compared to a lot of other like metropolitan, cities. Like I'd say like when you really round up like the average, it's like
Hmm.
Portland does have more options per se, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like the sort of play level playing field, that you would get in like some major cosmopolitan cities. Like Portland just isn't a cosmopolitan city. Like it has like some it has a pretty good culinary scene here, and it does have like some, unique attractions, and all that. But that
Hmm.
doesn't in itself make a cosmopolitan city, like I feel like it's like a Malcolm in the Middle syndrome where you have like it's like you're the middle sibling, like Portland's like the middle sibling. It's kind of like a
Hmm.
little envious of like Seattle to the north and then Los Angeles or San Francisco to the south, and it's like
Mm.
if they feel kind of like that they're being outdone in terms of like the attention or charm factor or something. And then it's like there's almost this try hardism, that's like they're, it's like, and the thing about like Malcolm in the Middle was like Malcolm's like the main character, and honestly, of all the 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 boys, in like the show, like
Hmm.
I found Malcolm the least likable.
I agree with you.
It's like they all like kind of were
That
like
is kind of makes
they,
sense.
they,
It's
they,
like,
they they all kind of had like an asshole side to them, like each and every one of them. But like it's like Reese,
mhm.
still had something that was kind of likable despite being a bit of a bully. Like he was kind of unpredictable, kind of sometimes, and
And you're right about Oregon in regards to at least Portland, as it making it be like so. I was going to say that earlier. I didn't. The San Francisco reference is so on point because
I guess what I'm
there's an
saying
emphasis of keeping it underground and an emphasis of get off the street.
I guess
It's
what I'm
like
saying
that.
I guess what I'm saying about Portland too is that it's very much like a little big town. And what I mean by that is
Hmm.
like obviously it's a huge massive exaggeration to say that Portland's like a small town or something, because obviously
Hmm.
it's like it has a metropolitan area comprised of like 2.5 million people and all that, but it still feels
Right.
like, and you understand this if you visit, like
Denver's the same way. The
it,
more you're
it,
describing it, I'm like, oh my God, they're so
it
alike.
it's not quite as isolated as like say Salt Lake City or say,
Right.
like something like Boise, Idaho or something like that. But
Hmm.
it still feels like pretty small, like once you get outside of like Portland itself. And I mean it's like I know to an extent it's like Vegas in itself is like a 3.5 hour drive from Los Angeles and everything. But still, it's like there's a lot of connectivity, like
Hmm.
underpinning that quarter, and then Phoenix to the southeast of there and all that, and so it's like, yeah, it's like it's kind of in its own little like abode and so forth. But it's still like pretty accessible. Like there's a lot of bus lines, and there's a new Bright Line heavy rail
Hmm.
infrastructure that they're developing that's like gonna go 200 miles an hour and like connect, like San Bernardino County with, Las Vegas
Wow.
and everything. So, and then they also have a line that's already underway, connecting San Francisco and Los Angeles. So,
Well, and you are right though that it's similar to the hype that exists in Southern California where yeah, you can be talented, but we're not going to find you till you make us find you.
Right. So Portland is just very much like a little big town in the sense that it's just kind of, it's
The
kind of like
trendy town. I can see that more you talk about it.
I feel like it kind of fell victim to its own hype with the Portlandia, like
Oh, I loved that,
phrase.
but now I see it the way it is.
Yeah, it's
It
like it
kind
was
of
like
it dumbified you guys when it really wasn't that way.
yeah, it's like it kind of like succumbed to the hype, it kind of get to its head, and now it's like it's kind of having the hangover, from that, and I feel like it's kind of all cities have their highs and lows, and they all have like down cycles and up cycles, renaissances and so forth. So I'm not gonna
But you
like
are right that Vegas isn't going to change its way. It's always going to be up. It's always going to be popping. It wants new talent. It has a place to play. You're completely
yeah,
right. That's the
it's just
place to
it's just a
go.
lot more compatible for like sort of what I'm
Who
after
you are.
in life, and just kind of
Yep.
what drives me. Like I said, I see a sense of this unflinching, like forward looking momentum and
Right.
dynamism that, I don't really see in Portland anymore. Like, there was a time where, when I had first lived here beginning in 2005 or actually 2004
Uh-huh.
onward, like, I
A
didn't
long
I didn't
time.
originally have seasonal effect is one of those things that it like happens incrementally over time. Like it doesn't happen in one fell swoop, like
Right.
but it's a very real thing. And but outside of the climate end of things, like I just, I think you have to be a certain type of personality archetype or a certain sense of, you have to have a certain sense of particular leaning, in order to, I think, really thrive in a place like Portland. I mean, it's true of anywhere for that matter. Like you could apply Myers Briggs,
I
compatibility
have
to
a
like any.
friend who moved from Portland to the outskirt neighborhoods of Portland because she had lived in downtown Portland in one of those high rises for a long time. And her happy place was to look out the window every day, and it became depressing. And I felt the same damn effect from living in downtown Los Angeles and Long Beach, that I couldn't enjoy the night anymore. It became a whole fucking nightmare. Like, it was Tweakerville at night and beautiful birds chirping, coughing, really, in Los Angeles. In the daytime, it was a facade downtown Long Beach. So, I mean, would you say that that's kind of what it is? Like it's a facade from the day, but at night, not because of drugs, but maybe it's just not what it used to be. It doesn't have the shiny anymore. It's like an old beaten up car that's just getting you there.
For as much as like Portland like has all the bumper stickers saying, keeping Portland weird and kind of being
Yes.
being renowned for its quirkiness, like
Right.
Portland is surprisingly kind of um it's surprisingly kind of like rather dead and quiet, like after
Right.
11 p.m. I'd say, like
Well, and has
unless it's like a
crime.
holiday or something like that, or there's like a festival going on. Like it's surprisingly kind of chilly, like like when my go-to club, for my electronic dance music fix is
Hmm.
No Requests, which is like in downtown off of Broadway, and it's in the former U.S. Treasury building, kind of near
Oh,
where they have kind of what used to be kind of like more or less the GLBTQ alley, when they renamed Stark Street there as Harvey Milk, but anyway, Harvey Milk Way. But the
right.
thing about but even in that area, like, where they have that renowned club CC Slaughters, which recently closed their doors, and they had, like some other like GLBTQ hotspots institutions for a long time that have also shuttered their doors. Like it's kind of depressing. It's pretty eerie now. Like
Wow.
there's a notable lack of like energy and dynamism, unless it's like
That's a shame.
something like the Portland Rose Festival or like some other like rare occasion, like
Right.
in downtown. Like it's kind I'm not gonna go so far as to say it's like a ghost town. It's not quite that, but like it's still doesn't really feel like, what you expect from like a big city, like, or especially a quirky
Actually, you're
city.
describing New Orleans. That's how it used to be this like you said, keep Oregon weird. Oh my God, that Louisiana could have done that for a long ass time, but they didn't. It's everything's Californiaized now. And I loved California while I lived there. And even California isn't like it used to be. I don't know what it is anymore. It's a whole different season. So, and I'll say you're right. Vegas is probably more like California was. Honestly, California's moved there.
Yeah. I also feel like Atlanta, Georgia is kind of, like emerging as kind of another hotspot too, at least from what
Mm.
I've heard from, like word of mouth and so forth.
Music industry too. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
In
I mean,
all
I mean, I
ways.
mean, Georgia's had a pretty
Rave
decorated
communities there
history.
pretty big too, isn't it?
Georgia's had a pretty decorated history as is with like, it's bringing up like talent. Like the you had the Indigo Girls, you had B-52s, you had who else? Like REM came from Athens, Georgia, I believe.
Ooh.
And then like you also have Ludacris, and a bunch of rappers, emerging from ATL as they all
They
call it.
owned all of the Gulf Coast. Ludacris and all of those, they owned it. Like
Damn right.
I just had a podcast with somebody the other day that we really did talk about this, and I'm sure you'll love this. But it's true. Us who lived in the Midwest to the Gulf heard different shit than the East and the West did because it was literally controlled by gangs at that point.
Yeah.
It was in the gangs. I mean, they didn't control the radio stations, but the managers did. And the only thing that the whole United States heard, which I didn't touch on, but you'll agree, is pop, country, the whole freaking. So if you were into those genres, you could hear it. And I would say R&B was even devoted to, because Aaliyah was really big in the South, but I don't think, from what I understand, that it was as mainstream until R. Kelly got involved with her.
Yeah, I think like during like the 70s and 80s, it's like Texas was kind of considered like the go-to spot for like country, but now it's like
Yes.
I think Georgia has been
In
the
Tennessee.
yeah, like you see
Mhm.
like, um you always have like, Zach Brown and others like saying Georgia Peaches and Georgia Clay in a lot of their
Right.
songs, and then you have like Jason Aldean is from Georgia, and you have like Florida Georgia Line, like, and you have like all these other, and
And
then it's like it's not just like Ludacris, by the way, who I think
right.
owned like the Gulf Coast like during
Yeah.
that era onward. Like you also had Little John, he's also Atlanta based. You also have
Well,
Big Boy
Little Wayne
Andre
owns every
3000.
state now. Little Wayne is the Puff Daddy of our times.
Yeah, and then
And you know what? Let's be real. I don't know how much you feel, but I feel like the middle northern part, like Michigan, Wisconsin, mostly Michigan, let's say, and Minneapolis, like Minnesota, that kind of stuff. They are the rap capitals right now, next to Oakland. I'm not seeing a whole lot of, like, yes, Texas does have a lot, but that ship has sailed. We're dealing with like a harder sound. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Logic, or I'm sure you know who Atmosphere is.
oh, certainly, yeah,
Oh my God, the beautiness of it. It's kind of that cold feel that Cypress Hill has, or Most Def back in the day. It's a total different kind of. It's jazz meets even folk. Like, they can incorporate a banjo and make it sound amazing and rap over that shit. It's crazy. We're
yeah,
a totally different time. And honestly, that's what I hope for. I hope for the hard hitting rap songs to be mixed. Not the old Beastie Boys, not the Ice Cube anymore. Let's go to the hard stuff. Like, G Easy has a hard sound similar to Logic, but they're totally different places.
yeah. Like so
Drake as well.
yeah, so I feel like, it used to be like a West Coast, East Coast thing, like
Yes.
as origins, and then it kind of shifted to where suddenly you had Atlanta as well as like St.
Yep.
Louis, kind of putting themselves on the map, and parts of North Carolina as well. Like, and
Absolutely.
and then it kind of shifted to Toronto, I think, like that's kind of
Right.
where like Drake has dominated, for better and for worse, and
Right.
but not just Drake, like you also had The Weeknd also is from Toronto, and I know he's not technically a rapper, he's more like R&B, alternative
Right.
R&B, but still it's like he It's like Drake had, like asked to sign him to like his label, and he declined,
Yep.
respectfully. And that's probably the best decision he could have
But
made, because it's like he probably would have had less creative control, like if he.
like Pharrell versus Kanye West as producers, it says a lot. They both have done a lot without their face being on things. But when they did go and do their mainstream stuff, it was totally amazing. What I like to find is like another big thing I have a sweet spot with is a rapper based in the UK named Stormies. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, I've heard a little bit of
Oh,
Stormy.
he's incredible. Him and there's another guy named Davis, I think it is, or David. I will link them in an Instagram post and I'll hashtag link you in it. But the artists that are coming from Russia, from France, and from the UK are the most incredible sounds. If you really want to go even more intense, listen to Middle Eastern rap and it'll blow your mind. Like the way that they coordinate instruments that us in America don't even think about, and how it's mostly done ambiently and then mixed with the lyrics. So like for us to, as producers and as DJs, to bring international artists, like you mentioned Alice in Wonderland, such a good example, because she likes to bring, like she brought Rufus Del Sol and Flume and a whole bunch of others. Zulu, ZHU, what's that, Zua? And Odessa, I think, I'm sorry, it is.
Yeah,
All these people, and then all the vocalists, I can't even describe. I mean, Rufus Del Sol does that on a regular basis, but rappers are the only ones I know that really started mainstream that crossover. Like, even if you want to be honest, like Babyface is a vocalist, wouldn't you say? But wouldn't you think that Brandy and Nelly and um I think they were more independent producers, but from uh what's it, Bone Thugs and Harmony, like
yeah.
old, they would take almost that classic sound that Motown put out, you know? That's something I hope that if the DJ community is really the only ones responsible for giving these rappers that are coming up, honestly, a lot of inspiration if you think about it, because a lot of the time they're finding our production beats or your mixes, you know what I'm saying, hypothetically, and rapping over it. That's how Doja Cat got that whole thing going again with that old song, Rose, I think it is. Let me look it up. Do you know what I'm talking about? And it became a TikTok thing where people were standing in the red light.
Yeah, yeah.
Doja Cat. Hold on, let me figure out what the song was. Um, TikTok song. That's how you search this shit these days. Hold on. Red light. So it's the stiletto trend that was going on. That's what I'm saying. Like things are taking on whole new um man, what is that song? Why can't I find it? Can you? It's called Streets. Streets, Doja Cat. Red light. That's what is it that they used in it? I can't remember what the song was. And actually, I just heard a mix the other day. I'll send you because you should totally listen to it and play with it if you want. But it's of the Genuine Pony song and mixed with uh the Pretty Fly for a White Guy, which
Oh
wouldn't seem like it mixes.
yeah.
Have you heard it? It's so
I
good though.
am.
It's a mind fuck. But it's amazing. It's taking totally two different energies and making it into a whole new energy, you know. Mince meat pie in a sense with the DJ mixing. And you know, that's mostly produced. That's not going to be old vinyl. But like I said, if you look into it, Nadia, we have a whole generation that are going back to the old culture of mixing and making music and putting on a cassette tape and self-promoting. Because we're in the self-promoter generation, why not put it on a tape deck? You know, it's easy as like a $5 adapter to make it work on your digital devices, guys. So that's something to think about for real, like how you might want to represent yourself if it's like limited edition, you know, downloads and whatnot. Somebody that I very much am influenced by is the Polish ambassador. I know we mentioned it last time, But I really encourage people to listen to how he's evolved. Just do your own research. But he is someone who's had a two persona atmosphere, and yet his music, he's never stopped mixing the two. So, similarly, in my own, like, the Mary and Joe show and Mary Can I Be Blunt, and then the Rachel Raw Truth meets Miss Chrono Chronicles, these are ultra personalities that have real purpose. And so, like you said, in your house music versus your, what is it, more trance?
Um, the thing of it, like my earliest introduction into a lot of electronic dance music came through remixes of Delirium's Silence that had Sarah McLachlan
Mm,
on it, as well as like
beautiful.
Paul Oakenfold's remix of U2's Even Better Than the Last Thing. I'd say
Oh,
those two were like kind of the my proper introduction. And then it's like around the same
really?
time Moby was like, and Fatboy Slim also had, a
Yes.
place and all that. And then from there I kind of
What
expanded
about
into
Prodigy? Were you a fan?
I discovered that Prodigy like slightly later on. Like it was one of those
Right.
things
They're
where
kind of rough.
it was kind of it was similar to like Crystal Method where they kind
Yes.
of, like they got some like modern rock radio play, but it was like we
Yes.
weren't necessarily like dominating the charts. It was more just kind of like curiosity spin kind of thing, So they got enough exposure to where it eventually got on my radar. And then, Fatboy Slim obviously was also getting a decent amount of crossover appeal. And then, we
Hmm.
also had the the Chemical Brothers were more interesting
Ooh,
because they were more like
good, good
I feel like
suggestion.
they're kind of like unsung heroes stateside,
They
but like
really are.
across the pond in across the Atlantic, it's like they're very well like venerated and so forth. So
Do you remember Armanda Groove?
yeah, I do. Yeah,
A lot of people forget about that. And like 07 and Portishead, those were more like slower melodic, but Massive Attack was right up there with Tricky and
yeah, I
Chemical Brothers. My God, such good people.
yeah I first heard like super styling and if everybody looked the same, those were kind of like my proper introduction
Right.
to Groove Armada. And then zero
Hmm.
seven, like they just kind of like I actually had like a couple of zero seven songs like on my like playlist when I was like doing like
What are
preparing
some
to
of
I
them?
was like
So
practicing
shout it
runway
out
walks
so I
or
can.
something, and I felt like zero seven was like good runway preparation music.
It was at the same time that I was getting into Mazzy Star, and also Thievery Corporation, which is a huge inspiration to my silly music. Because they use kind of those sounds of like electronic game systems, yet meets classical. And then what's the other one? Nightmares on Wax. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I
Yeah,
love that. It's just, and honestly, these were all downloaded things for me. So, and then more Chiba. I found more Chiba and then Santi Gold later. Do you know Santi Gold?
yeah.
Oh,
Um, so
so good.
so I was mentioning a bit about this a bit in like part one of our talk, but essentially
Yes.
like it stands to reason this happens with like most of us. It's like our earliest, music that we inherit is usually through the household, like our parents and our grandparents, and it was no exception with me. So I was like very much like we have a very adult alternative, like adult alternative album, kind of leaning towards like the kind of music that we kind of got surrounded by, like a lot of like, REM, Bruce Coburn, Amy Mann, Tracy Chapman,
Yes.
Counting Crows, Gin Blossoms, etc.
Hmm.
So a lot of kind of like what you kind of hear on like world class rock radio stations,
Yes.
because they were kind of like how like you had the college radio like explosion of like the late 80s early 90s onward, and that kind of fed this put the seeds in the ground for what would ultimately be like this desire for something that was like not for like that was like alternative to the mainstream but also not quite as edgy as like the
What
grunge,
about
and
Melissa Etheridge? Were you influenced? Because that was hardcore.
yeah, I was always kind of mixed on the music of Melissa. It's like the thing about Melissa
Yes.
Etheridge. It's like
In your face
it's like
kind of.
she knows blues like very much. Like like
Right.
her like debut song "Bring Me Some Water." Like that was like I love that
Mhm.
fucking love that jam and everything.
Right.
But the thing about what it's like, I felt like her sound got like for a while a bit adult contemporary or something, and I was like kind of got bored of it, kind of.
Yep.
But at the same time, like I respect her and I still do a lot for being kind of on the front line of I mean she didn't come
Of
out like
women empowerment with the
she
music
was more subtle
industry.
about she was more subtle like in terms of like interviews at least like
She
kind of
came out, didn't she? Or was she always out? I can't remember.
it's kind of a tricky question to answer because the
Right.
thing is like she in terms of like the songwriting, it's like she would have like little hints that like when you look back in retrospect, it's like you could kind of tell like that
Yeah.
what she was like
Come
trying
to
to
My
say.
Window was a very good example, but then she did use, I think, a female in that one,
But she didn't
which was
like come out
open.
she didn't really come out in like interviews right away. It's like it was a little bit later on, like
Right.
and then like at first like she dealt with a considerable amount of backlash, but like, now she's like
1993. Wow, that's when it was released.
yeah. So it's like
Woo!
my main issue with like Melissa
Mhm.
Etheridge has typically been like just how her stuff has been produced, like it's again it just kind of like aside from like Bring
Contemporary
Me Some
rock, you're so
Water and
right.
like and I'm not the only one or like the exceptions, like her some of her other like most popular songs are just kind of like adult contemporary filler in my opinion,
That's how I
so
felt about Janet Jackson, and I feel bad about that because at the beginning I loved her, but after the Velvet Rope album, I just don't feel think she held it. And same thing with Toni Braxton. She was incredible, but then it
yeah.
lost its
Now
facade after like and then Sade is the only one I can still say is incredible.
now too
Trendy.
Now to Melissa Etheridge's credit, like I know
Right.
that like in more recent years, like ever since like her commercial like stature has declined and everything, like she has actually kind of leaned back into her blues roots and in like a
Ah,
greater degree. And I don't follow her like religiously by any stretch, but like she
yes.
but it's like I think that it's awesome that she's like trying to like now it's like what the hell I'll just do whatever I want now that like I don't have that pressure to like get play on the radio anymore or something.
See, someone that I am very much a fan of, and I never bring her up, but let me just say, Joan Osborne is somebody I just can't even not. She's the queen of soul in my eyes, who even can have curly tight, you know, she's a white girl, but she speaks in such soul. It's on the level of Erica Badu. Like, I wish I had seen a tour with them. You know what I mean? So, I mean, are you for, she sings that one popular song. Um, if God was one of us.
Yeah,
But that's not what she's that's not I don't even like that song. Actually, it's only was done in a performance of a radio and then
yeah.
they put it on an album.
It was kind of the same way with like Sean Colvin. Like it's like
Mhm.
her she was a one hit wonder. It's like Sunny Came Home was the song that everyone knows her by, and the
Right?
only song.
She's so good.
But
There's
but
so
that's
many
and
those
I just never really
is
cared
it like
for
a
it.
woman or what's the one where she's like you make me feel like a candy apple? Such a good ass song.
Yeah. It's such a shame that, like, the song that she's, like, known for is one I could never really get into, but, like, she
Yep.
actually, like, has a lot more, like, ambition, and she like, that album that Sunny Came Home was on, like, it was, like, a concept album
Mhm.
centered on a single painting of someone holding a match up and,
Oh,
like, what the painting is, like, the story behind the painting is, like, as she, like, depicted it. I feel like the rest of the
right.
album was more interesting than Sunny Came Home, so
Oh, let's go Lisa Loeb.
yeah,
Sad.
obviously no Lisa
She was
Loeb, yeah.
so talented on every fucking level. Actually, it was amazing that Fiona Apple could actually succumb her fame. It's shocking because Lisa Loeb was just a true performer. It's coffee house, guitar, got this soul, got this song for you.
Yeah, she just epitomized the IDGAF, mode, kind of as I like to call
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Like
Um,
it was a kind of a time where, like, yeah, on one hand you had the Lilith Fair, kind of making it more sort of like you could be a woman and you could sing about, stuff that,
right.
for a while it was kind of discouraged.
Movies.
But
That's
on the
how
other
we heard
but on the
her.
other hand, there was still a
Yes,
sense of, like, you wanted to be taken seriously in the industry, and, like, Lisa Love
as
was
a
like, "I don't
real
give a fuck," you
artist,
know?
not having to put on the fake eyelashes, being able to stand up there and just perform. Like even Stevie Nicks, when she went solo, there was a higher expectation. When, if you really think about the class and and the title that they both owned, even Amy Winehouse, those people are, even if dead or alive, are true artists with a group or out. Like all the solo things that Amy Winehouse has done, yes, Adele is just as talented, but I do think there's a whole lot of other people like Lucy Starr, I think her name. Hold on, let me make sure. She's some Do you know Lucy Starr?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh my god, she sings Shiver. Hold on, let me see if I found it. Lucy Starr. Yeah, Lucy Rose. Shiver. Do you know Lucy? Oh my god. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
god. So I think I might have used it possibly with one of yours, but I like her lyrics are incredible, and she just had a baby, and so she's kind of like standing back. And there's another artist that's a UK, not well known. Let me see how many YouTube people she has. Her name is Chazar. She is a solo. She uses electronica, and she messes with the bass and everything, the treble, to the point that it flattens out, but she makes music out of noise. Straight up. Hold on, let me give you guys, I am such a fan that I bought her album on eBay for $70, like, because it was from the UK. That's how much I believe in her music. But she's another one that you could really mirror and see what these independent artists are doing. She just had a child, so she's been very, very busy. But if you look up, hold on, let's just Google it. She's, I think, only done one, but she's also not, okay, here's all the albums, but there's a lot of solo. Oops. Stop. Okay. Sorry.
That spell.
But yeah, that's another example of an independent artist who's like, I'm going to work at my own pace. So, yeah, mirror it the best way that you feel that you want to represent your style. Even if you are just so many different things, you don't have to be one cookie cutter. And that hat is a metaphor. Many, many things you are. You're the captain of your own ship. If you take it down and patch it up, it can go down, it can still come back up. Titanic theory.
Yeah, so, like, yeah, it's, like, a lot of my foremost inspirations, like, from terms of, like, image and, like, creative inspiration, from, like, my, like, the mid-90s onward, like, I
Right.
already mentioned, like, Counting Crows and Adam Duritz in, like, a
Yes.
previous interview. I also mentioned Liz Phair, who I still, like, look up
Yes.
to and idolize, um,
Tracy Chapman's such a good one because she could cry through the song. Even Macy Gray. Do you remember Macy Gray?
yeah, yeah,
I mean, those are people. Why aren't they around? What the hell happened? They just didn't want the politics, if you look into it. It's really sad.
yeah, I think
That was a
that
different time. They got burnt out before they had a chance.
I think with, like, with Macy Gray, for example, it's like, everyone knows her basically by "I Try," right? But
Right.
the thing is, like, she was already, kind of, she had a pretty well-decorated track record, like, entering, but it was not necessarily in terms of, like, releasing albums, it was more like stepping
Hit
in as
after
a
hit.
vocalist for others and so forth, and so she was kinda
Right.
cutting her teeth that way, and so and actually her background is in jazz cafes, actually, it's like,
Oh, wow. That's why her performances, even Alicia Keys is the same in that. It's
yeah,
unfortunate.
yeah, so
And they
she
were all there at the same time making the mood.
yeah, so, yeah, it's like she got all that, like, Grammy hype, with that, and I think that, like, I faintly remember, like, she got a lot of controversy when she was, like, trying to sing the national anthem, and they thought that and then she forgot the lyrics, under, like, stress or anxiety or something, and she got,
Right.
like, booed, and I think that, like, hurt her image, at the time, unfortunately. Maybe
Just
that's
like
why
Whitney Houston
yeah,
was high on the stage.
maybe that's part of why she suddenly, like, kind of fell off the face of the earth or something, you
Mhm.
know. But I still remember vaguely, like it wasn't like nearly as big of a hit, you know, or by any stretch. But like she had that song "Sexual Revolution" that I still
Mhm.
listen to a lot, you know. And then she had like she had what she had that song with Santana, that More Sexo song, you know.
Oh, yeah.
That was low key fire.
Well, even you know what I found is SWV or SVW, I don't remember the name, but Single White, so, no. I don't remember what the name of it is, but that band group was just like In Vogue. Remember how In Vogue had those, it was the three or four, it was three girls.
Yeah,
Soulful. And they used all of these people I've mentioned, even down to Brandy, were all used on movies. So people were trying, and even when I started making electronica music, that's exactly who I tried to market. Was movie, like places that you sold your stuff to for game systems and movies. So they were supposed to be used in a royalty in that way. Nowadays, you're looking for your fans, which then again, I mean, I don't mean to keep going in a circle, but it makes a lot of sense here. This is where even on your fans, like you can offer a tier where people can just see your process, of what you're doing as like an actual influencer, a model, adult performer, all of that. Like these aren't the things that we got to see the looks into their lives. Maybe the only person who really showed us that is again back to Paris Hilton. I mean, they're the ones with they had the cell phone and they took the pictures and then they posted them on the Facebooks, the MySpace, the Twitters. You know, the thankful thing about a lot of this though, Nadia, the music aspects and sharing who you are is you can elaborate so much further. Even when you're like, say that you release one song that you've mixed that you're just proud of, it touches your soul. You bring that and you monetize it in the right ways on your own YouTube channel, just to talk about why those songs are so important, backboning from this podcast as well. Your listeners might even find you accidentally from a hashtag with just a music artist you love. It's like-minded encouragement on that side.
yeah.
It's
Now I will say like a caveat with like the influencer, like with
yes.
I think in terms of like the more modern like definition of like influencer, I would tend to agree. But remember,
Mhm.
like I mentioned Coco Chanel like earlier on in
Yes.
our conversation. Like I'd say like she was like kind of uh, wasn't she like an influencer more? I mean, was she not? You
No,
know, like
no, no. What we really know is that the friends of Paris Hilton, that was Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian was literally mentored by Paris Hilton because guess what? She was her assistant. Do you know that? Look into it. You can go watch the Paris Hilton. There's a recent documentary about the theft situation that happened. I think it's on Discovery Plus, but that's a really good example of like the inner looking into her life, how much this woman was the exact example of how brands found you. It wasn't that she was a Hilton, it's that she already put herself in the picture to have people send her products. So she had such an amount of products that even when she was robbed for over like 2 years, she never knew. Literally, it's a funny story, but that's a fact. I'll put the documentary trailer below in this description area on the YouTube. But yeah, I mean, as an see, this is the fine line. You can either call yourself an influencer or a public figure. I don't like being a public figure because, frankly, that's like saying you're a superhero. I don't need to be a superhero. But I'm an influencer in the fact that I share my life and people can be influenced by that. That's a fact. And as a creator, that's an influence as well too.
do you,
So
do you remember like I think it was like the mid 2000s, something like that. Like I remember faintly, like there was like this craze, like, and this was before I had like a Facebook account, mind you. This is
right.
like like 56K AOL dial up, era kind of more
Yes.
or less. But do you remember when there was that kind of um, that trend of what was called mommy blogs, where you would have like
Mhm.
I can't remember like who was the founder of it per se, but there was someone who created like the mommyblog.com, and then it's like it was basically like sharing like the highs and lows of like raising kids, and like parenting and recommending
Hmm.
toys and products and stuff like
Right.
that, and then it just kind of spiraled from there, and there were all kinds of like duplicate mommy blogs everywhere, and I almost kind of see that as also kind of like as a key like linchpin moment, for like what we
Hmm.
think of like social influencing in the modern
Well,
era too.
we don't have the same access as like, I'm gonna just put it in our generations as like the Nick at Night or the in between commercials between your um MTV, whatever the heck they were. Like, we don't have the advertisers anymore and they don't have the budget anymore. And so, us even being available for them to reach out is what I was saying earlier. You're either really paid or you're the unpaid real freaking reviews. And actually, there are people that sign up to literally play the part. I mean, there are seriously businesses that are basically the pimps of other businesses now. So to market, and us are the middleman 100%. And our fans are built in. So we are influencing just by behaviors. Like the hairspray you use, someone might look into just because you're using it and they've watched you use it and they like the effect it has. They've made a predetermination. It's not the same. Like I said, the Ragu, Luigi versus Luigi. I don't know if you remember, and the way I reference this is like the Saved by the Bell episode where they were like making commercials. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah,
Out of pizza sauce. Do you remember that?
yeah. That was surreal.
Uh-huh. That's a good example though of like how far we've come. That like it and that wasn't a real pizza sauce, but it's just an example to the listeners that we depended for our popularity and our trending back in the day on major movies or television shows, or in between those television shows they told us what we needed. Most of the time they said drugs, antidepressants, and erectile dysfunction. Oh my God. Or Miss Cleo, right? Or 1-800, you need this. It's, even the vacuum cleaner commercials, like it wasn't to your door anymore now. Now it's like, so obviously algorithms work at least on um, Instagram and YouTube. The algorithm works in a more PG-13 version. You're never going to see the stuff we saw almost 2 years ago on Twitter, even if you subscribe to a bunch of illicit stuff. As you said earlier in this podcast, which is so, so smart, that there's the exhibitionism side and then there's the pornography side. You're so correct. You're so, that's what's sad about it, that we vague the lines, that even in advertising on, like, for instance, Instagram is perfection. Our generation, me and you, may not feel like my son's generation may when they look at Instagram later and think they can identify with what's real and fake. But again, influencing should be personal. Don't you agree that it wasn't done right how we were growing up? Like, I'm sorry to know that Britney Spears and NSYNC and all of them, that's probably why I didn't like that sound. I didn't like that. I didn't like any of that. Spice Girls were the last ones that I actually, and I think he run them too.
Yeah, he ran
Yeah,
like a lot of them, like
Dido, I think
and
as
again he
well,
got
didn't
away with
he?
it for such a lengthy period of time too.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when it really comes
Actually,
down to it,
I,
right?
I recall like after like the American boy band craze started to decline, I think he
Yes.
actually started working with Korean or Japanese like boy bands even.
You're right. And that's where it became hype over there. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
It's
and
such
so
a strange analogy to realize that we're actually in like the gold rush of real people thinking. But if you listen to TikTok and your parents don't listen, and like, I'm just going to say it like that, not that there be any underage people. Let's say I'm speaking to the parents out there. If your kids aren't listening to, let's say, YouTube, all right, or Pandora, but they're listening to the radio. Let's say you have a Sirius XM and you're listening to it in your car. You play that TikTok music. Maybe you don't let them have a TikTok. Maybe you're politically incorrect, feel like it's not good. I don't want them having my information, but yet I'm going to still influence my children and the rest of the generations coming up with this radio station, because what the radio used to do for us was also feed us the products we need, if you remember, from the cars to the vitamins. We're in a totally different time. You can't pay for that anymore. The influencer getting the products free and it's trade. It's no different than when we said at the beginning of this podcast about the modeling side. Like, creators are choosing who they want to work with. But I will say this, Bella Thor is an example of, if she's either got a real team that's supposed to act like her and answer all her little posts with personal hellos, which trigger a fan, right?
Right.
But then again, let's put it out there that, like, okay, um, I have to use as an example the Pamela Anderson thing. She's very anti-pornography. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And for her own reasons. But why couldn't she? I mean, I'm not going to say she should go and hold on one second. One second. I'm not going to say that she couldn't have monetized in her own way. She did for a long time. So softcore was acceptable for her if you think about the slow motion running. And that had to be a judgment to the rest of the world to believe that women were, and men, it was popularized on national television when your kids were sitting on the couch with you. So it was somehow a fine line, and it was acceptable while she was being paid, but it wasn't acceptable when she wasn't being paid. And it's because of her own trauma, which I don't think it was good. I have a very strong opinion about the distribution of her content, which wasn't appropriate. But signing over the rights and then still being angry about it is a bigger fish to fry. Don't you agree? Like, it set a precedence. And even like how Britney Spears allowed herself, it's so the same model of the Mariah Carey thing we were talking about. And like, as a content creator to a content creator to you, Nadia, don't you think that this is it's a precautionary tale?
Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like a lot of things, happen very psychically, so to speak, and it's
Right.
like it's kind of a double-edged sword with like what we're seeing with the advent of TikTok, for example. Like I feel like
Well
on one
said.
hand, like it to an unprecedented degree, like I think there's a democratization of like how content is distributed and so forth, and I mean I mean, like, there's a lot of, like, concern about, like, how the algorithms, run with, like, TikTok just like they run
Yep.
with Twitter and so forth, like, and so that isn't lost on me and all that. But when I say democratization of, like, content, I mean more like, rather than having like a select radio station hierarchy, like decide, like what they put into rotation or like, like what they put into, max rotation or what they,
Well
like,
said.
um, I feel like there's more, I think, deregulation of, like what could be potentially a hit, like
Yep.
it's not as much gatekeeping, and so I
Well,
think
YouTube's gatekeeping, I'll tell you that, but Pandora and Spotify is not.
yeah, exactly, because it's like with YouTube, it's like I've been noticing that like a lot of even the most like established like musicians and content
Yes.
creators, like there are exceptions, but like I noticed that like overall it's like they're pulling like less like total views for like a particular video than they had like 5 or 7 years ago or so. And I
Yep.
feel like it's because like in part like
Twitch
for
is
for
out there allowing these musicians to
for
be
for,
themselves.
for one, let's just be honest here. The sound quality on YouTube is terrible if you're like you're a
Yep.
musician or something. Like the sound quality just isn't very good. It's much better on Twitch and
SoundCloud.
Spotify
Yeah.
and but I think moreover it's like the ever since the the de-escalation of the fair use debate has really like intensified like and you're
Yep.
seeing a lot of like
People give up on that. They're afraid. You're right.
yeah, precisely. It's just opened up this like field of landmines, that many are just kind of reluctant to kind of put up with, and so
Right.
they're shutting up instead, unfortunately. So I feel like it's just not a very um it can be a viable platform if you want it to be, or you have the tenacity or the stomach to do it, but it just doesn't seem like it's as like worthwhile, like I think compared to like in the late 2000s and early 2010s, which I would say was the golden era of YouTube, you know.
MySpace music was an excellent source back in the day to be an independent artist, and then all these other platforms took the model. The only people that did not fucking go with that model was Pandora. Spotify, iTunes, everybody else let you upload your music. Pandora was in, I think to this day, you still have to go through a distributor. I'm just lucky that I'm a podcast that's popular enough that got the traction. That's a straight truth. Like, I couldn't make it on my music on Pandora. They were very finite about it. So I find that sad. Like, it limits independent artists big
Yeah.
time.
In spite of those, migraines, it's like you're doing it. Like
Right?
you're making it happen, and that's
Yes.
I think that's a testament to your like intestinal
Heck.
fortitude, and like I, I think you're really resonating at a broader scale. I'm a
Well, I
living proof of
appreciate
that.
that.
Being here and so forth.
It gets me mad though for all the other people that I understand, just like yourself, like that we've dedicated hours, days, times, incredibly uncomfortable positions when we're modeling. I know you know that feeling. Where you're like, are you done? Did you take the shot? Is your vision fucking what you want, lady? I'm tired and sweaty and I need to eat. Like that is a real thing. So the passion becomes work at some point, but really it should always, like you said, how long? 72 hours you were awake? I mean, that's passion. Truthfully.
52 actually, but still.
52 hours.
um,
Still.
but yeah, I remember like when I was like doing this photo shoot that like lasted for like um 7 hours, like when like Sunday, it was on a Sunday, like it was back in like 2016. It was 2016, and I was like, but the thing was like the actual photo shoot only made up like 75 minutes of the entire day.
Right.
Like like I'd say like 3.5 hours were dedicated to makeup and hair combined, and then
Yep.
it's like I'd say almost as much of it like comprised of the photographer trying to figure out the lighting and
Oh, that's a good point.
all of that. That it's like you wouldn't think that would take that long, but honestly, it took almost as long as hair and makeup.
And if you don't meet a photographer who's well equipped and has several batteries and whatnot, you deal with a motherfucking headache. And you're just grateful to have anyone shoot you. That was how I felt back in the day. I had many occasions. I had some Shanti people I had met and questionable locations. I mean, like when you're doing modeling, they're like, meet me at this isolated location. You're like, yep, today. Oh my God, what's going to happen, and a buddy system and being prepared that is it a waste of your time? Could you have been doing something more with yourself? So having faith in the creators that you choose is a big part of like kind of like the street smarts of being a content creator or a creator in general. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, like the buddy system is imperative,
Yes.
of course. But I mean, like,
Starving artist is a real thing,
now,
guys.
now there's I mentioned in part one of our interview, like last time, that
Yes.
like I did like, let's call it as it is. It was essentially escorting. Like it wasn't really a
Right.
photo shoot so much as it was just like this, and it at least he was a gentleman about it. Like he was a self-avowed feminist, and I believe him.
Right.
Like he didn't give it off any sus vibes, that led me to believe otherwise. But still, it's like it
Hmm.
was very much like he would call it art, but really it was like escorting and everything. and
Yeah.
and it was just like, I don't know, like I try to be genuine. I try to like really go through the motions and try to do like, I thought it was worthwhile enough at the time, but like looking
Right.
back, it was just like when you have to lean on something as a crutch in order to like, actually like fulfill like your end of the arrangement, it's like it
Hey,
just isn't
I
worth it,
get that. Can I just say something?
Yeah.
that the things that I'm going to release on my OnlyFans and on my Fansly have to do with exactly what she's talking about right here. I've done photo shoots where the deal was to do something topless and I was not comfortable with it. But I needed those pictures and I did those pictures and thank God I got the pictures back. But it's the violation of like you did what you had to creatively to fulfill all ends of the bargain. It's either you could either choose, like you said, it, and ultimately the adult industry, I know personally because I've helped a lot of people, that a lot of them come to me because they don't want to be taken advantage of, and I don't have that in me. But a lot of people, it's, as a female, I'm almost more safe than a male in the industry, which is sad creatively that there has to be a sexism to it, but there is. It's not a racial thing, it's a sexism thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, with this particular, like, collaborator that I was like doing that
Yes.
escorting at the time with, like, I don't recall like any like masculine of center, like, subjects,
Yes.
in like the art. I don't recall any like, um, men per se, or stuff like that.
Right.
So it's like obviously there it might be a little hard, like calling it agenda. It might be able to take it a little too far, but you know what I mean. It was
Yes.
just like there was an element of,
Transactional situations.
yeah, and just like you can call it art, and there could be an artistic leaning, to it, but like it's still like as primordial core, it's like art second, and it's like escorting first, and all that.
Right. And when you say that boundaries in general, whether you agree or not, boundaries are something that you hold sacred to yourself, I'm sure. And so if someone, even after you've agreed to something, pushes the label even further, it's hard for the joy of the art to really see it that way. I mean, that's why I personally lost faith in the adult industry for a little while. Like it stopped being fun.
Yeah, I mean, with me, it was like I legitimately enjoyed, just the like I mentioned like last time, I'm myself about like dopamine seeker, and I love like
Right.
collaborative energy and so forth. And so in retrospect, it was more just like kind of living in the whirlwind of the moment, and just putting myself out
Yes.
there, and just with all these different people and so forth. Like I legitimately
Right.
enjoyed that, but it was just like
It's
you
the
know
lifestyle.
but
Yes.
but like and just the sense that you were kind of like in a sense like indestructible, as long as you were kind of living like untamed wind, like with a sense of
Yes.
purpose, that kind of comes with that territory, which is what I still very much miss, like
Yes.
but yeah, nonetheless, I will acknowledge that, like, in terms of like the actual shoots and so forth, like,
Hmm.
there is a lot of like, waiting around like awkwardly, like
Yep.
until like the lighting is set up, or like the cameras, like, as proper settings, and like, all the stopping and going, like with
Yes.
scenes and so forth.
The
That is just
magic
kind of
behind the scenes. Yes.
like I still I don't regret any of that, of course, but like, it was just kind of like, also like there's it's just one of those things where it feels like, like um funny kind of looking back, through like the past tense, and kind of seeing through like a renewed lens or something, and just kind of like,
Hmm.
oh, can you imagine if you were writing a sitcom or something, or a screenplay, and it's like, you were relaying, this experience in that kind of context, it would look pretty awkward, in
Right.
as a stage play or something now, wouldn't it?
Hmm. But
It
you
is.
still got to give yourself some respect, Nadia, that you have went this far, regardless, like I said earlier, which is something that it's like you're taking who you are and you're just making it even a more solid foundation than that temporary one. You're sure that forward is gold. Behind you is memories, experiences, lessons. Forward is a foundation.
And like I
You should be
said, like,
proud of yourself.
And like I said, like I still like very much like have a soft spot, for like a lot of what I did, and I do very much miss it still because nothing has really kind of taken its place quite yet. Like I feel like it will, like to an extent, like when uh,
Right.
I I start doing like DJ gigs in earnest and everything. For example, like
Yes.
there's a sense of spontaneity that comes with that, like that kind of fulfills that sort of uh the dopamine seeker like part of me,
Yes.
but like in the meantime it just kind of like there's not all that much of an outlet. It's like very tentative, and it's like when
Right.
things kind of build up in you, it's like it just kind of like is mismanaged energy, or something, and
Right.
it just kind of like you just want to, you just don't want to take life for granted. You want to feel like you're
No.
living at full capacity, and it just and you kind of feel like um you feel a little dislocated from the general community, so forth. So that's kind of
Right.
where I'm at. Like,
Well, and where you're moving is such a better place for that. It is so welcomed. I'll tell you. I mean, well, we can talk privately another time about some of the connection websites that I do know you can use for the modeling industry and other things like that. But in regards to even the adult industry, Vegas is the place. That's where most of the shoots are happening. They're not happening in LA. They're mostly happening in Vegas, believe it or not. So there's so many
yeah,
possibilities for you to like have to really be your own manager finally and really
it's
make shit happen.
yeah, it's seismically shifted to Vegas
Yep.
because, like, again, going back to what we were saying about, people being priced out of California,
Yep.
and they're like, there's this mass
True.
exodus, because the quality of life just doesn't really
Oh my
measure
God.
up
Yeah.
to the, like the living situation on the ground
Yep.
there, and so places like Vegas and Atlanta are like, attractive
Even
alternatives to go
Texas
to.
is starting to get more of a recording city. I even know New Mexico does a lot of it too. It's just wherever they can get the tax breaks. Now,
Yeah,
Louisiana is so conservative, they'll do movie sets, but they're not part of that industry. And
yeah.
California, at least I know the website of it is more so geared towards independent contractors, but Vegas has taken on that model because I mean it's worked in California for so long. A long time there was just the warehouses with the webcam girls. We're going back in 1990s, okay, where these people would go to a building and do their fun, and it wasn't a brothel house, it was all online, like basically the way Chatterbait was set up. It was independent contractors that were producers that helped these girls get off the ground. They had no social media or online experience. This is the
Oh,
AOL days.
which reminds
Now,
me,
yeah.
so one of my other favorite YouTube channels is Wonder Hussy Adventures. She,
Hmm.
um, the founder of it, she was a former uh, figure model, and
Right.
who made a decent living, like in the Las Vegas Valley for a while. And she
Right.
recently retired, I think 4 years ago, something like that. And now she is like a full time like YouTube content creator. And she
Right.
basically, the premise of her channel is like kind of taking you like well, it's like twofold. One is like she currently lives in her own like DIY like shelter in like Death Valley, she currently lives
Nice.
there. So she's kind of literally living in off the land, like
That's awesome.
she has a backup option, like apartment in like Las Vegas in case she ever has to go back there. But she
Right.
enjoys like living remotely um, the out in the open,
Right.
and she also like regularly travels to like all these quirky like kind of overlooked places, whether it's like old ghost towns or whether it's like mineral
Fun.
springs or like like just all these like quirky folky kind of things that we take for granted or like overlook
Yes.
regularly, and she just kind of like documents them and talks
That's
about them,
awesome.
explores them with you like vicariously.
Right.
She also had some like when she lived in Vegas previously, she had like some like Vegas touring content as well. And one of the videos that my favorite video of hers of that is like she went down what's called International Way, which is like it runs like kind of parallel to Las Vegas Boulevard on the other side of I-5, I-15,
Gotcha.
like so it's like literally right behind the strip. It's like, but it's like its own little world, that feels so
Yeah.
like contrasting directly from the Las Vegas strip, because it's like so blue collar esque. It's all like, kind of um like hard scrabbling, like
Yes.
there's a lot of remnants of that same kind of like that sort of like folksy kind of disposition, and flavor
Yep.
there. And among other things, they had, like you said, like a lot of like studios where you wouldn't know it,
Mhm.
visually, but that's where a lot of like porn was shot,
That's 100% it. These houses are easily able to be built, and so they're owned by production companies now. They're not using big sets anymore. It's not like Universal City, and they're having to it's not like that. These are real like houses where women come and go, and they're just kind of like houses on the market a lot of the time too. They're just reusing it like Airbnb style. It's and
Yeah,
they do a lot better with content that is actually in a more home setting than a whole studio set. Because I hate to say it, viewers, I mean, I don't mean to hate to say it, it's just the facts. Viewers who want adult content these days want more so amateur style locations and whatnot. They don't want it overdone. We're not the 1980s. It's very changed. Very changed.
yeah. So she's a very gifted storyteller, and I just
That's
like love
awesome.
her folksy, like dry humor. And so she will go down like international way, and she'll like, one by one, like, like go the entire length, and she'll talk about, like some of the steedy like strip clubs and the erotic
Right.
museum that's there. And she'll talk about some of the there's a moment where she like there's like the wash, that kind of runs through part of like Vegas, and she'll like talk about like that's where a lot of the homeless people live, and she'll explore
Can
parts.
I encourage you that maybe on our next chat whenever we can, if maybe I'm sure we'll talk before May, but if when you go to May in Vegas, would you be willing to take some just shots, some of the places that you love about Vegas and whatnot, and we can narrate together on a live?
Yeah, I'd absolutely love to do that, because like
Okay.
even though like the main focus of like the my I'm gonna be putting my vlogging kit to use will be like
Right.
directed to the Camp EDC experience. I also want to
Yay.
what I was attempting to do during my last couple of Vegas trips was also like do hotel room reviews of like the
Yes.
Encore, for example, as well as like
Yes.
I was also staying at I was staying at the time at Sahara, and I was staying at the Palms, and I wanted to do like little reviews of that. And the thing
You
was like,
should utilize TikTok for that as well.
yeah, and the issue that I ran into was, again, I didn't really have the proper equipment, like
Right.
I didn't have like any microphone. I know that like Samsung's like they have decent, quality, but still
Right.
it's like but still the issue was like I was filming all this B-roll, and like my intent was like I wanted to kind of narrate, but like it's kind of hard to
Hmm.
do like if you don't have like a proper like audio to like overlay over, the
Yep.
B-roll footage. And so like I didn't know how to do that. And so it just felt like choppy and disjointed, and I was just like I don't know how I'm going to
Right.
organize all of this. And so I would just kind of like you know epic fail shoulder shrug, and
We should have on our next live um a conversation about social media, and I will walk you through even things you've already told me about, and we can maybe give a bigger look to the audience. I actually have another person who's a two team network that I have been working with on YouTube, who are going to be working on some swag for me, some t-shirts and whatnot, and they're starting a business. So if you would be down to it, you're more than welcome to one of our panel lives, and it'd be kind of an open question and answer on how to promote, how to work with the business and whatnot, and things like that. If you would be open, I mean, we can
yeah,
talk
I
more
mean,
in
yeah.
detail, but yeah, I feel like you have such a good thing going on. It just needs to be tightened a little. It's like the car's a little loose. It's okay, we got you though. And honestly, I'll tell you what, I don't know if you saw the comments or if you've seen the listeners how they responded, but everything that you shared on your first interview was so informative to even some of my community on Instagram who are part of the LGBTQ community as well. So you're unabashedly being honest about everything has been, it's just, it's a refreshing thing because everybody, as you said, you're not here with all the answers for other people's ways, but you are here being truth that this is your journey and this is where it has brought you so far. I think that's beautiful, truly.
Yeah. I like to think more in the realm of like, like Socrates, he said something like, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but
Hmm.
something like, one who, acts like an expert of something knows nothing, I think was,
Absolutely.
and that's kind of how I look at it too. Like I've kind of
Hmm.
become allergic in a sense. It kind of ties into the same point I was making early on in our conversation
Right.
today about how a lot of like high school and college curricula, they're just, like
Yes.
they all are like prepackaged with, you have
Hmm.
your, and I no disrespect to like, any of these particular like white, privileged, like men who happen to be like exceptional writers in their own right,
Right.
like I do believe that they have a place, in some regard, for sure. Like, and we should, definitely not get too wrapped up in terms of like the identity politics and look more into
I'm
kind of the substance of like what they're saying. But what I will say
right.
is like representation still matters at the end of the day. And I
Oh
feel like
yeah.
you have to kind of adapt, to like the changing like attitudes and the changing tides, and have them reflect in the
Hmm.
curricula. And I feel like it's still not really up to par, like you have Maya Angelou, of course, and you do have, like Toni Morrison, for example, like that you could
Right.
say, but still it's like it's very well off,
It's
and
the freelancers gold rush. If you look at it, it's about who can be authentic and bring the right community. It's not about buy followers. It's not about uh steal people's ideas, though I'm from the art generation and from an art school background, and I'll tell you, critiquing others and recycling others concept is exactly what art is. That is what it is at its finest. So,
yeah,
but
art is,
respecting the
yeah,
process of others.
art is imitation. And
It
again, it's
is.
like, I was saying it again, I was saying earlier how it's like I feel like authenticity is kind of is sometimes cheapened as like a word. It's right. Like there's I understand the allure of, and I do aspire to be, you know, genuine, innately, but like I also,
Right.
it gives me pause when authenticity ultimately just evolves into just like another like kind of like, an ingredient that you find in
Hmm.
like, the organic section, or, like the non-GMO or something. It's like, what does it really mean when
Well,
it's
you
like
don't need to just
over,
be a carrot, Nadia. You can be a whole casserole.
yeah. And acknowledging that art is imitation, it's
Yes.
like you kind of have, it kind of gives you pause as to like where authenticity like plays into it. It's like, is there
Hmm.
indeed like, is there indeed like hypothetical, like where we can draw upon where it's like
Hmm.
sometimes we find more of ourselves and truths about ourselves when we kind of step outside of, who we are at our
Yes.
primordial core, and being willing to imitate,
Yep.
it's like it's a debate about, is it just us meta acting and kind of divorcing ourselves, from ourselves, or is it actually finding a deeper purpose or a deeper calling or deeper thirst, for truth, and, unraveling more
Hmm.
parts of ourselves that we have taken for granted or so forth.
I
It's a
had
good,
someone
it's a
say
good it's a
yesterday.
good internal debate. I think we could go on and on
Right.
about, but as time goes on, like, and I fell into this too. Like even until very recently, I found myself kind of using the adjective authentic a lot, and but now it just, I'm kind of like, yeah, I want to be,
Only please yourself when it really comes down to it. Don't please others. That's what it really comes down to as a creator. Do not focus on the audience so much as would you sit in the audience, Nadia? That's the question.
right. And it's like I feel like it could vary, like the answer,
Yeah.
like,
Well, don't hate on yourself. That your constructive criticism, it's not weakness. It's your own criticism. Work harder. That's obviously why you've allowed yourself to come this far. I mean, that's 23 years. I mean, no, I'm sorry, 13 years if we think about it, 2010 to now. It's 13 years. Let's do two more, make it 15. Let's keep on it, girl.
yeah, yeah, right. At the very least.
I'm serious. I'm gonna have to end it here shortly, in the next few minutes, but I want to really make clear to the listeners this is not the last time you're gonna hear from Nadia or her creative amazingness. She is. Are you still gonna stay on a little hiatus, or are you gonna go internal and start releasing some stuff? What's the plan, my dear?
So, ideally, it's like I would like to, wave the hiatus sooner rather than later. But again,
Right.
it's like I- if if I'm being, like truthful and everything, it's like some of
Yes.
it is just out of pressure. It's like the sense that I want to have something, kind of
We're already
maybe not
listening. I want
necessarily
you to
finite,
know
but
that.
something that feels like
Yes.
momentous, and it feels like, like it really like reflects a magnitude of like kind of where I want to go or what I'm aspiring
Right.
to be. And sometimes when you're falling short of that and you don't know like how you can adequately like articulate that or
Of course.
visually like enforce that, in the moment, it's like it makes you kind of feel like if you try doing it at the moment, like it would feel like, subpar, like
Right.
so again, I
Well,
know that
you are more than
I know
welcome.
that there's some overthinking mechanisms at
Oh, I
play,
get
like
that.
acknowledging that, but at the same time, the pressure is a very real thing,
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
and it's just like if I broke the hiatus now and I was just kinda like, going through the same kind of rhythms, where I was
Right.
like, trying to hype myself up again, but then, like, I would just kind of feel like, my voice was kind of being misarticulated or
Mhm.
saying kind of what I wanna say, like, or expressing myself the way I wanna express itself, like, I just find myself back in the same, kind of
Well,
place where I started.
please honor yourself, though, here and know that you have been brave on both of these podcasts and you have been sincerely appreciation for our community. And you are building a fan base here and on other platforms. So that says a lot for even though you're on a hiatus, you've planted those seeds. So even if you guys find her at a later date, or if this is a premiere that you're watching and you appreciate it, I mean, show her the respect she deserves. Go follow her. The only thing I ask from you is add that Nadia Lockhart hashtag to all your profiles because you own it. It's yours. Nobody else has it. I can tell you that. I've already looked. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's somebody spelling it Hart, but you spell it the right way. That's what I'm going to say. So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got the inspiration for the Lockhart part of my name from, Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy VII. Like, and as you might
beautiful.
recall, like the way her the heart is spelled and her last name is Hart. So,
Yep. That's the one that showed up.
I could totally
Yep.
see why people get, kind of
Yes.
thinking like it's Hart. I totally understand. So no
But
hurt
you're your own
feelings.
vibe. I can say that. And ultimately, I mean, the community that finds you, you don't know how many people you're going to inspire just by on the path you're on currently. We don't expect more from you that you don't have to give. We just expect you to be you. And that is something I honor and will celebrate. Continuing on the Mary and Joe show for you.
The feeling's mutual.
Thank you so much for being here today. And we will follow up this episode on the next one. We can schedule her in and topics will be described then. But otherwise, do expect this podcast and all the other places it's been posted, and as well as the Mary Can I Be Blunt clipping of this channel will include more hashtags down the road. And in the month of March, just so you know, Nadia, I'll be clipping more of your first interview this month. So expect to see that. And all the artists that we described, we will be featuring them on the Instagram with a clip of some of the music. So I'll be reaching out to you, Nadia, to find out what songs you think we should add to really share the essence. And don't forget to send me that Spotify link because I can't wait to share your playlist with the listeners, truly.
Yeah, I still have to assemble it, but I will.
No
Yay.
problem. No problem. Well, thank you, Nadia. You have a wonderful day, and we will talk very, very soon. And I hope all of you listeners enjoyed this amazing podcast with Nadia Lockhart, sharing all of her truths, music, fashion, love, sex, value, money, politics. I'm proud of you, my dear. I am. And
Same
we
with
will
you.
talk
You got
soon
this.
about launching her Fansly and OnlyFans. Hopefully, it'll be hashtag Nadia Lockhart. We'll find out. Anyway, everybody, thank you for being here. And Nadia, I will be in touch with you, my dear. You have a wonderful day.
Yeah, want to see you all. Yay.
Bye.